How's everyone doing? How are you doing? All right, let's get a little bit of music going. Ooh, that's going to be loud. Shuffle play that. There we go. Some music. Let's get monitor up. You know what? Oh. I made a boo-boo. I made a boo-boo. Let's name this. What are we doing? There we go. All right. Let's see. Sorry. Just wanted to make my announcement that we're live. Okay. All right. Apple. Okay, so I just. Okay, so Russell, if you're on, I see that you responded in Discord. I actually checked. You know how everyone's been telling me I'm supposed to be able to turn it off, and if the cameras are being used, and nothing ever worked. I even installed FaceTime and wasn't able to disable it for my stream. Well, I probably should have updated a long time ago, because I've been ignoring this update because I'm so annoyed with Apple. But it updated, and I can now click on the thing that everybody said I should be able to click on, and I could turn off reactions. So reactions are off. Reactions are off. How are you doing this morning, Dane? Low on sleep is rough. I was up at 4 a.m. 4 a.m. And I got to play this fun little game of where's my charging cable? That was the 4 a.m. game that I got to play today. My son has a pump that keeps a little bit of insulin going throughout the night and things like that. And he, being a standard, you know, almost 12-year-old, forgot to charge it. And it gets very angry if it gets low on battery. Very angry, very quickly. And then so at 4 a.m., all of our alarms start going off because it alarms on the phones, it alarms on his thing. So everything starts going off that it's low on battery. And so they're back for this week, this weekend and this week, because they're going to help me paint the house. And, you know, it would be great if this pump charged via USB-C, because this is 2024, but it charges based off of the USB micro, not macro. It's micro, I think. Anyways, it charges based off of one of the old cables. What did he not bring back? What did he not bring back? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Thankfully, I found one in my junk cable box, but yeah. I'm actually... That box was supposed to have been packed was supposed to have been packed and didn't get packed for some reason. Well, thank you from the follow from Egypt. There's your custom follow message made just for you. Yeah. So my cables were supposed to have been gone, but there was a couple things that didn't get packed that were still in the garage, and that was one of them. And so we survived. It was amazing. Amazing. But yeah, that was an hour of my time running around this morning. All right. And absolutely no way to go to sleep if that thing's angry. Yeah. All right, so we have a couple things. We have a couple things that we can do. We're gonna start with just working a little bit on the Twitch alerts. Our Twitch alerts are actually really, really close. The update to our Twitch alerts, which will give Dane and Russell the credit that they're due for resubbing, which our current Twitch alerts don't listen to. The other thing that I have is I have this here. So I have two things. There's this video and I want to talk about it. And then there's this, so you like planning poker. I released this video on Scrum. I released this video on Scrum and it's satire. It's not supposed to be, 100%. I didn't break down what Scrum was supposed to be or not supposed to be or anything like that. I was not trying to be, because I talk about things that aren't technically part of Scrum, but are part of the Scrum that everybody always has to do. Anyways, that being said, it's meant to be fun and get us talking. One thing that astounded me was that people defended planning poker. There were people who defended, I don't care if you like Scrum, that's fine, like Scrum. Planning poker though, and my issue with planning poker is I don't even think it does a good job at what it does. Like at what it's trying to achieve. So we're going to talk about that, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. What text tool? You mean this one? This is Obsidian. The cool thing about Obsidian is that this is all Markdown. And so basically this one right here is also an open source project that you can go and clone. You could make a pull request to, and if it was actually useful, like making more of an explanation on a topic, I would accept it. But I mean, it's not really there for you guys to contribute to. I do keep my notes of these videos. So like, again, this will go on my Null Bytes YouTube channel, and I'll try to put the link to it here. If I was really organized and that, like if I had an assistant, I would actually put the link both ways. So like you could go access the notes, because we would do some drawings and stuff, which is also really cool because those Excel drawings get saved right along with it. So anyways, but I'm not that organized. I don't have that much time. So anyways, cool. Let's move on. Let's get into that. So the other thing that we have on our plate today, we're going to do a little HTMX, a little bit of our Twitch alerts. Then we've got to dig into our database. I'm a little rusty on what we did last. I know what we did last, but we got to make videos about what we did last. I'm actually a little bit nervous about making a video for it. Do I make it for here like I normally would? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make it for my main channel like long form content that I usually do. And we'll see how it turns out. We'll see how it turns out. We'll see how the new subscribers like it. Oh, actually, I didn't want this. I wanted the front end API. We don't have this pesky front end. I'm missing Apple fanboy. I'm missing Apple fanboy. You're right. You're right. It now lets me thumbs up. I can thumbs up in peace. I can move my hands and talk with my hands in peace. Best update ever. The update lets me disable features of Mac. It's amazing. Oh, you know what? I need to install Helix. We're gonna run a test with Helix at some point. No, not architecture. Oh, it's just Helix. I almost talked about that in the news. I didn't know if I could talk about recall in a good professional manner. So I didn't. But I can assure you, I already leaked this Thursday, so it's not. I can assure you though that my honest AI script has new content. An honest AI ad has new content based off of what Microsoft pulled. New satire. Ripe for the pickings. The only feature I want out of recall is the ability to turn it off. Kind of like Mac reactions. The only feature I want is the feature to not have the feature. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. All right. Twitch alerts. I actually think we were basically done. We just had to tie the rest of the system into it. Yeah, we've got this going. Oh, that's right. We were doing some really janky layouting of this. Ooh. I don't know if you guys remember that. I'm starting to remember that now. Let's see. That's in no, that's not there actually. That would be in oh shoot, where do we do it's just in the lib, right? Because we're just talking about the HTMX that's sent over. Oh, I did it in the CSS probably. I probably did it in the CSS, not right here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, this is... this is pretty bad. It's not gonna work well. It's not gonna work well. I mean, it works well. Let's actually just see how it works. Let's do that. Let's just do it. Cargo run. I forgot I don't even need 2 terminals because we have like the super 8080. Right. Oh my gosh. Not even really close. Okay. One second. I'm gonna stop it when it's out. There we go. Beautiful. We don't need you. Okay, so let's inspect this. Oh no. This is why I was probably like this, and it's scaling the text. Terrifying. Not the picture, just the text. Terrifying. See, I probably had this up like this. I hate this. Okay. I know what we need to do. We need to fix this garbage. This is absolute garbage. Let's see. Okay, so for our text, we need it to be an actual size. All right, let's see. Which one is all of it changing? So no. Some user has a text size. This is good. I think this would probably work for all of them. I feel like let's just start here. We can get more specific. And then I do think that the image is maybe a little too big for when it's here. Actually, if we refresh this now, oh, it's not running. Let's get that running. So I've never really done size of a image. So this image doesn't change size at all. That's not what I wanted. Whatever. All right, we still have stuff changing on us. It's not as horrific. The text size isn't changing, but there is definitely stuff that's changing. Oh, we can't do anything based off of view height. That's what. Oh, that's what. We have to do everything off of we can't do anything based off of the view height, or else we're gonna get that. That's on me. I'm used to like these adaptive things, but the picture isn't adaptive. Can we make the picture adaptive? I'm not. I did this, but I did height 100%. Let's try to make the image actually adaptive. We need to hot reload this. I need to figure out how to hot reload this project. Okay, so the image isn't adaptive. Let me, and this is why we get that nice border that shrinks the edges. We could probably just do this as like 10px and get rid of that wonkiness. One second, I need to go look up image stiff, because actually, you know what we might need to do is an empty cache and hard refresh. Nope, we still get the corner banding. Might need to. Oh, well, isn't that what I'm doing here? I could be wrong. Let's go check, because I think I have a div that it's the background for, right? Yeah. This wrapper. So if you look at this, yeah. One second, this was like 3 weeks ago, so I'm catching up on my own garbage. So the image is on this here. Yeah, the image is on this thing right here. Wait. What is, you know what, this is garbage. This isn't even a thing, is it? I was messing with this. I don't think this is an actual thing anymore. It might have been something, but I don't think it is anymore. I think that I'm just going to delete this. I think it's nothing. Okay, yeah, Russell, I think you and I are on the same page. So I think that's what I was trying to do. And this right here, let's, okay, I did a width and a height on this, and this is why it's static. Let's make this dynamic. I don't know if having a dynamic image size is even feasible, because, okay, so if we do like 30 view height, or view width. Yeah, 30 view width. Height has to be matched to whatever width is. How do I do that? I need to match CSS match, because like it doesn't have variables, right? So there's no way to match that to it, because it's not the view height. I can't do 30 of the view height because the height might be, I need it to stay proportional. Match view height to width. Yeah, Russell, I can't remember the trick. Let's ask ChatGPT. Copy. Sweet, we have Helix now. Can I just do the view width? Okay, I feel dumb because that feels like I should have just thought about that. Just doing 30 of the view width. I feel dumb if this works. I feel like I should have known better. We're over here. We're over here. Nothing for the height, but we tied it all to the view width, didn't we? The view width is harder to change, isn't it? Oh, watch this, watch this. There we go. Yeah. So that's working. Working. Okay, so the only problem with this at this point, actually, let's make sure we stop it at the appropriate time. Stop right there, good sir. The only problem with this is now that we have a dynamic image size. That is not what I meant to press. I am so sorry. Now that we have a dynamic image size, text is going to be even harder, isn't it? How do I get the text to line up inside of this image correctly? They're all inside of this container, this wrapper. So this wrapper here is the thing. That they're all inside of. I almost feel like we cannot use padding. Or maybe that's the solution. I have an issue here. I have an issue. Let's solve this. I almost think at this point I cannot use view height as a thing. I cannot use view height as a thing. Everything is based off of the width because that's what we're basing the height of our image off of because we have a square image. This is probably going to end very badly. I do believe this. I'm not sure this is the right way to go here. I don't know. We'll see. This is well beyond my capabilities. Oh, thank you so much for following. An alternate maybe. An alternate maybe. Skilled illusionist. That sounds about right. All right, 1 second. Does this affect anything? All right, so that changes less. So that's nice. That's nice. So tying stuff to the view width is maybe the right goal here. Now I think the font size needs to actually scale as well. So we can't do this. Let's just remove font size and see what happens. I'm sure nothing good, right? I'm sure that's not the right answer. Definitely not the right answer. Definitely not the right answer. Absolutely not. Okay, let's undo that. Let's undo that. Absolutely undo. All right. I was trying to avoid using calc, but I'm wondering if font size. I mean, can I do this? Can I do this? Is that absolutely horrible? It might need to be less than 0.5. Whoa. I don't know. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Point 0.5 was way too small. Way too small. Okay, let's let's rectify that. Let's fix that. I thought it was gonna be too big, but let's go to 5. Let's go to 5. You know what I'm going to do? Instead of this here, we're going to just open up here, J front end. And then, oh, no. Not what I meant. Not what I meant. That is what I meant. Okay. We're fine. Let's see. A little bit too big. A little too big for how small the picture is. We went way too big. Let's just go to 1. Let's just go to 1. I think I'm missing one here. We have the event and message. There should be like the header. Oh, right here. All right. Let's try this again. Let's refresh. Actually, let's empty cache and hard refresh. Give that a second. You're right. We'll get this here. It's perfect. It's perfect. Yeah, I think the thing is, I just never do it enough to like be in this. Usually there's people on the team that know CSS and like doing this stuff better. So anytime that I'm doing it, I'm just tweaking it a thing or two. So I never sit here and like, I never sit here and think about doing it. Oh, this is cool. I always get at the bottom of here. I didn't know that there was a tab for that. Like I said, don't do it enough. Nice. All right. If that is the case, let's we need to pull back in our terminal. Where is our top text going? It's black. It's right here. Wait. It's the same font size. We'll come back to that. Oh, I see. Okay. All right, there is still an XX large here. Let's find that. That's wrong. You should be around 1 view width. Does CSS support variables at this point? I feel like CSS variables. So we're still just stuck with custom properties. Well, we'll do a custom property for this. Alternate maybe. Thanks for following again. Thanks for following again. You're like, yes, I want to follow that person. No, I don't want to. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. That's all right. We all have all right. We'll just do it. We're just gonna run with this because this is dumb. I don't know that they're all gonna be the same, but they, yeah, whatever. Let's see. What will we call this? Font size. One view height. View width. See, alternate maybe. Okay, so then we can do value. Here we go. Font size. Value, font size. Let's see. Is this the last one? I think it is. Wait. We did have a different font size for the subscriber. Yeah. So we'll just change this one to 2 for right now. We'll see what that looks like. We'll probably just have to make a couple different values. Oh. Is value a thing? Wait, is it not value? It might not be value. I thought that it was value, right? Value is the way you access the properties. It's on here, I'm sure. You have to use something, right? It's var. It's var. It's so var. If only this was statically type checked. I don't know why I keep deleting the A. That's 100% not value. Okay. This is looking decent. Let's. Oh, I stopped it and I missed it. There we go. Now stop it. I think. I mean, I think that the AI was like, here's value, and I just ran with it. Because I was like, oh, I knew it was something to access it, but definitely var. Okay, cool. Well, okay, I still have the edge thing around the corners. That should be in wrapper, right? Where did I do that? Where something is based off of view height? Right here, border radius. Knew it. We're just going to put a 30 pixel radius on that sucker because that's gonna look good at every size. Okay, we're not going to do that. We're going to just do like 1 view width. Okay. So now what we need to do is figure out the spacing for all of these things. Oh, I did do a refresh, and that's on me. That's on me. I know. How could the AI lie to us? You know what? So I'm working on the next AI games that we do this spring or this summer. So it's probably going to be like the beginning of August. It really depends on like what's happening with my house. If I'm still here in my basement, probably the end of July. If I have moved and I have to set up somewhere else, probably beginning of August. So a lot depends on that, is I guess what I'm saying. But what was I going to go with this? Oh, I'm trying to come up with some fun things to do. One of them was basically a race between me and somebody else. And one of us had to only use AI and one of us had to not use AI. I don't know if anybody would be interested in doing that. I'm not even quite sure how it would work, because we would need, I would love to have both screens like visible. So like you can see, you could watch both of us working without seeing me working. So like on my screen, I think I actually do know how to do this, because I could have the other person share their screen via the video, and so it can just be mixed in the stream and not on mine. So we can do the 2 screens, which I think would be cool, and kind of have a race between absolutely no AI and only Google, or only AI, and you have to get the AI to do it. I don't know. I thought it would be fun. Oh no. Oh no. I will ask Togglebit if he's willing to do it, because I feel like it could be really nerve-wracking for a non-streamer to come on and do that. So Togglebit might be the person to do it with. And pick a language we both don't know. So the person without the AI has to be Googling how to do things in it. I'll ask him. I'll see if he'll do that. I thought that would bring something fun to the AI games. I know that part of it, we want this empirical data on it, but I also want to have some things that are just fun. Like, yeah, I'm Gleam or OCaml. I would be up for either of those, because I want to do videos on Gleam and OCaml anyhow. So I could do Gleam or OCaml. Yeah. And I don't know either one of them. I have seen OCaml written. I don't know its syntax exactly, so I think that would be fair. But I'll talk to Togglebit. I like that, and he has a ton of experience streaming, so he wouldn't have the. I want that. I would love that community involvement, but I also understand like agreeing to get on a stream to program competitively in a race is maybe not everybody's dream. I don't know what you mean by that, Russell, but I will pretend to understand. He has a ton of time. You misspelled ton. All right, we have fixed this though. That's beautiful. Let's start actually. Oh. I messed up. I got it. He does have a ton of experience. So this is getting better. I feel like when we go here, yeah, some user is off. So let's check this and fix this here. So our padding isn't always correct. Oh, we have a hard-coded 24 pixel. That's why. You know, we'll just fix it here. Let's do this. One view width. How does that work? One view width. That looks actually good. Let's delete this. That looks good too. Okay. We're cooking on all cylinders. That's looking good. So let's make that change. What was that change? What was that? Oh, that was our margin. We were at 24 pixels somewhere. Here we go. We're just doing one view width. Beautiful. Okay. Now our text size. Let's see font size. Oh my goodness, it's this variable. Oh. It's not defined. I screwed this up. This is wrong. All right. I need to go back and read again. All right, using prefix with 2 dashes, the custom property followed by the property name. We'll just do root. Okay, well, that's fine. Is that my issue? Is that I thought that this was the section that I was in, but I guess not. Harish, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you here. I'm just gonna see if this works here. Ooh, almost made a mistake. All right, let's see how this looks. So far, not terrible. Look at that. Let's actually look at these things. I feel like this could be up just a little, you know, if I was nitpicking. We can remove the bottom padding here, right? Or just the bottom margin. So instead of doing this, we could do, Do I have to write them all out? I might need to now write them all out. I don't remember what order they go in, so... I might just have to actually type out margin bottom, margin top. Actually, all I care about here is margin top, right? Yeah, so maybe I can just do just that. Let's do margin top. Yeah. This is what we're one view width. Beautiful. So this now looks like not exactly what I thought, because that has a margin bottom. That's not what I was expecting, right? Why do we have a... Okay, let's do this. Margin bottom. 0. Thank you. Okay. There we go. That's what we were expecting or wanting. We can probably get rid of this. This looks good though. This looks good. Why does it not like this? Height fit content is not supported by Firefox. Firefox for Android. It's all right. We're not using Firefox for my Twitch alerts. So it'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right. Okay, so what did we actually do? We got to get this back now. Oh, we did margin. We did margin stuff for the class message. Manic, are you Harish's brother? I'm gonna say older brother. Oh, no? No relation? Okay. Just checking. Cousins? I've never had somebody have the same thing. Oh, wait. It's not manic. Manic. I'll try to remember that. You can correct me again. It won't hurt my feelings. I'm not 100% promising to remember if you come like once every month or so to the stream. But I will attempt it. I will attempt it. Oh, wait. Oh, maniac. Oh. Yeah, I definitely was reading your name wrong. Sorry. I didn't actually see the second A. Didn't see the second A at all. Period. I thought that there was only one A. I was like, man, that looks like manic to me, but I see the second A now. Welcome. Sorry about that. I am terrible at reading, if you don't know. So that's strike one for Merrick's ability to read. Okay, the H2 here. H2. We changed the margin, right? Right. Yeah, margin. A for effort. Well, thank you for following. Actually, what you saw was our custom Twitch alerts that we've developed here on stream, which gives you a custom message. I didn't actually read your message. Sorry, I was thinking. We're updating it because we kind of have this Dungeons and Dragons theme going on. And so we're updating it with this cool graphic that I had made. And yeah, so we're kind of getting it like where your name is going to be up here, your message is going to be here, and then like what you did is going to be on this plate. Although we might inverse this, we might flip this where the name is down here and what you did is up here, but we have bigger problems than that. In the end goal, I actually want to have like flames, like little animated flames coming out of here, that are different colors, whether you follow or subscribe. But yeah, you know. Well, this wait, do I have Golang in my, I do Golang. I'm doing Rust today, so that's why it's in the title. Well, this project right here is Rust. I do both Golang and Rust. I'm better at Golang than I am at Rust. I like Rust more than I like Golang. Well, I also suck at both. I said I'm better at. Had no implications of my ability to write either, as you'll find out. One thing that I am definitely bad at is CSS, though. And that's mainly what we're doing right now. We're getting everything lining up. Nice and pretty. Who isn't bad at that? There are people. There are legends out there. I've heard the legends. Heard the legends. Be told. Okay, let's see. What was I? We were still trying to... Is that all I updated here? That might be all that I updated. Let's rerun this and see where we're at. Fairy tales. All right. That's looking fairly good. So we had a pretty big rewrite of this just recently, which allowed me to pause because in about an hour, I'm gonna record some videos live on Twitch here for my little Null Bytes YouTube channel. And I wanted a way to pause these. So we've implemented all that logic. We're now updating the UI to not be the old lame UI. And hopefully this week I want it to go to production, I think. And we host all of this locally on a Kubernetes cluster. It's fun. All right, let's see. So I think, one second, actually, let's get rid of this. Let's change the view width. I think it's golden, except for font size. I think the font size could be a little bit elevated, just a little bit bigger. So let's go ahead and do that. Wait. One question here. Okay, so this is defined now. So changing it to root, I don't know about selection, was the key here. You know what? I could have just changed this in the CSS, but old habits die hard. I also got rid of this. One of the things that we're testing here is we're running a little bit more HTMX. So we've built the whole system in HTMX for better or for worse. And yeah, we're using that. So that's a thing. Okay, that definitely is a nicer size. And let's see, will it be about this size? It'll be about this size for you all. Maybe it will be a little bit bigger. Oh, that was the wrong way. Maybe be about like this size. Is that easy enough for you all to read? Actually, it'd probably be just a little bit bigger, right? It'll probably be just a little bit bigger. Yeah. That looks like it should be about the size of a alert. Yeah. Maniac, yeah, I did do the ad that Prime reviewed. The Scrum ad. Is that what I'll be known for? Oh gosh. Well, thank you. Thank you. I put a lot of work into that. Actually, so one of the things that I would love to see come out of my honest ads, and you know, I have an honest documentary in the works. The big things that I would love is to get us talking. Like, one of the things that I find is us as developers tend to get into camps, and it becomes very difficult for us to talk to the other camp. And so my goal is to actually make fun of things that I like as well, because in my opinion, everything sucks and could be improved. So I'm gonna make an honest ad on Rust. I love Rust. It's probably my favorite language at the moment. But I'll make an honest ad about it because there's things that could be improved. There's things that are painful about it. And so we'll make an honest ad about it. We'll have fun with it, and we'll bring people to the talking table. I did this with Kubernetes. I actually really like Kubernetes. People are always, but Kubernetes has specific problems, and we should be able to talk about it. We shouldn't be in this camp where because like the reason I even started with the Kubernetes one is I felt like there was these two groups of people that said Kubernetes is for everything and everyone, and shame on you if you're too stupid to understand it. And then there was the other group that's like, I just want to run my stupid little app. Why do I need Kubernetes? And I'd love to get us talking. I don't like Scrum. I don't like Scrum, but it's not because of Scrum itself. A Scrum website. I forget what it is. It's like scrum.org. Scrum.org. If you go here and you look at scrum.org, they have a, yeah, okay, this. If you go through and read all of this, I don't agree with all of it, but it's not nearly as bad as what's implemented by companies. And so when I made the honest ad, I was talking about the Scrum we all do, because some people were like, oh, well, that's technically, planning poker isn't part of Scrum. Okay, sure, it's technically not. But it is a thing that they do, and a lot of these things are part of it. So, and a lot of these things are done by corporations. So, no, Scrum isn't. So, Kubernetes was one that I liked, but I roasted, even though I liked. Scrum is one I roasted because I wanted to roast it. The only thing good in Scrum is rum. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Intent versus action problem. I don't really care what you wanted to do. I care about what you actually did. I probably disagree. Having a good intent is good. And usually if you have a good intent, it means you'll learn. and be able to do it better. Why? What do you think I actually did? Sure. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I got it. Yeah, I agree. Like, if you go through here and its intent, it's like, it's, again, even just at this base route, I can give you things that I have problems with. But the actual thing, what Scrum ends up being is... And I have ideas of why this goes this way. And it's almost like good intentions that just... Yeah, we can get into it. I have a couple things. So one of the things that came out of this is there's actually a large number of people that stepped up to defend planning poker in my comments. I say a large number. I'm talking about maybe 10 or 15. So I'm going to record this. So you like planning poker because... I think planning poker is bad at what it does. Even if you don't mind it as an engineer, I don't think as somebody that's a manager, I think that it's a trap. Even if you don't mind it as an engineer. Because I think it's bad at what it's even trying to accomplish. So I'm going to record that for people. Because like I said, I'm taking those comments very seriously. And I'm going to try and make videos, not about all of them, but about some of them that are mentioned the most, because I want it to get the community talking, and we can have a real conversation, and maybe you guys change my mind on one of these things, or vice versa. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Like I said, the intent is there. All right. So will we be able to fit enough text? I think so. Let's find out really quickly. What we can do is we can do a full test with actually the AI, Russell. With everything in here. But actually we need to fix a little bit of spacing. We need to fix just a little bit of spacing. I want to see if this is true. Yeah, this is pretty much true. Yeah, I think we're actually really close here. Let's see really quickly what we can do here. All right. This needs to be up just a little. So one view height for the margin on the top is probably just a wee bit much. That is the H2 class. A wee bit much. This really needs to be like 0.9. We could just try it here. Let's try it here. 0.9. Not quite. 0.7 is beautiful. 0.7 is beautiful. Okay. 0.7 here. And then when we pull this up to 0.7, this is going to also be a little bit rubbish. What is Merrick counting? No. It's a full sentence. Merrick counts. Think about it. Full sentence. Define counts. Count. Not this one. No. When somebody counts, this is... what dictionary is this? This is be significant. Definition 3. It's a small sentence. It's a small sentence. Merrick counts. Yes, he does. Thank you. Likes on his Scrum advert. It's a last name coming from the German Kunz, from my father's side. So it's just my last name. I'm not so narcissistic to name myself like to make my Twitch like Merrick Matters. Oh. All right, so we need to fix this one. You know what we need to do here is we just need to do we need to get rid of this. None of this. We'll do none of this. Right? And we'll do margin top. We'll do margin top, and then let's see, what is that going to be? Let's do one view width. Oh gosh, what have I done? Noun and verb equal sentence. Yeah. It is my name, but it's also a small sentence. Very small sentence. Okay, I did something here and it is not what I wanted. We need to set let's see, padding equal to 0. Okay. This is more of what I was hoping for. Actually, this is just taking up space. So really it's space from the bottom that we need to be worried about. Because the other thing is supposed to fill. Okay, so 1 second. This should be bottom. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Beautiful. So we just need padding of 0 and margin bottom. Okay. Wait, what was that element? That was the event. Oh, we already have a padding. My bad. And that was 0.4. I think the P has inherited padding. Oh no. This should override it, right? I think this should override it. Okay. Cool. Oh, that was when I first did it, and I had just disabled it. You're 100% right. That was the issue. All right, let's actually run this really quickly and make sure that what I did matches what we wanted. Looks beautiful. All right, let's do a full test. A Ryzen 7 8080 40 cup. Sounds like a very expensive cup. Also, that's awesome. I know. I make mistypings all the time. I shouldn't be the one making the jokes. I got it. That's awesome. What is this a high school or college graduation? High school? Awesome. Well, congratulations. Do all browsers? Well, all good browsers do, for sure. All good browsers do this. I can't state that all do this, but it's a good one, good for development, it will do this. Firefox? Oh, please. Oh, please. I'm running... Firefox also has it. Primary education. Oh, that's cool. What is her favorite subject? Art. Cool. I suck at art. If you can't tell, this graphic wasn't made by me. We can check. I have Firefox. I actually have Scott B's. This was a theme made by our community, so we can go test this out. Is Firefox? I have Firefox installed. Is it not running? Oh, it's not running. I'm sure Firefox has it, right? Sorry, I have to stop it because it's a pain in the butt. Yeah, and I think all of them have this inherited from. I think Edge does it a little bit differently where it puts it underneath here. But yeah, I think they all have this. I'm trying to think. I know Chrome has this too, and yeah, so this is cool though because you can actually click this and jump to that CSS tag on this, so it's actually pretty nicely done, in my personal opinion. Where if it is inherited from something, you can click it and you know, this, and you'll jump to that thing that it inherited from, which I like. I'm not saying that I'm a big web dev expert or anything. I'm not. All right, let's get this all wired up. I am running Edge. It's what goes perfect. Perfect. Just chef's kiss with Arch Linux. I don't think any other browser complements Arch nearly as much. All right, so we want to actually run full Twitch alerts. Now, that means we've got to build the monolith project, and that also means this is going to break because we changed requirements for stuff, right? It triggers people a lot. That's why. People keep bringing it up. Microsoft has not sponsored this. People keep asking me about my browser. I don't know why. People keep asking me about my browser. I tried Vivaldi. I tried Vivaldi on stream. I don't like Vivaldi. It has terrible performance. It might still be installed. It had terrible performance. Like the stuttering, look at that stuttering. It actually doesn't look as bad on stream, but it's pretty rough. The performance of Vivaldi, I tried it. And it looks worse on here than it does on the capture device. Yep, it's also slower to load pages and stuff. I don't know what it is, but it's slow. I gave it a solid shot. I thought I would like it. It has some of the things that I like about Edge. Now, Firefox actually did, after I gave up on Firefox, add tab support or like tab grouping. Now, the other thing that it doesn't do is multimedia. So as soon as it fixes that, where you can actually have like a video conference, I can go back to making Firefox my primary. But no, Microsoft does not sponsor me. Okay. So this isn't going to fully work because if we go here, I believe this should fail to build, right? Right, this should fail. All right. Right, this is the thing that changed. So our front end API, when we build it, now also takes the it has the WebSocket port, but it also has the browser port. So this will be 8080. Actually, I probably should do, I have to look. Did I do it like this as well? We'll find out. We can actually jump over here and go to lib. Actually, let's jump into main and see how we stand. Yeah. This is what we're doing here. Cool. Actually, this should run on port 80 in production. It's hard-coded, I know. We need to fix that. Did we pass this in as options? We really should. We're already passing options, right? Let's just... We'll add it to the options. There's no reason to be doing options if I'm not going to actually add everything to them. They were kind of getting a little complicated. Oh, that's right. Okay, well, we'll do it anyways. I mean, the AI kind of got it. Huh. let's just bring this in as a string, though. I think I just want this to be a string. I think, yeah. Do we make it an option, right? I do have kids. How did you not know that, Scott? I talk about them fairly. You didn't watch the end of my honest ad, did you? They love being in my videos. 100%. They love being in my videos. So I'm always working them in some way or another. You should watch my HTMX video as well. I don't have any graduating high school yet. My eldest will be turning 13. Your youngest is 15? Yeah. My youngest is 8. And my middleest is 11. No, I guess those of you with ads will never know my middleest this age. Okay, so we can use ops here now. What the crap? Yeah, it should have like these things. There we go. These are what we want. What did I call it? It's like HTTP port. Yeah. You know what? I said option. Was option the right thing? Because I feel like it's not an optional. Because I gave it a default. Right? So can we just remove option from this? I don't want to unwrap it because I want it to have something. Right? I think... I wasn't ready for the ad experiment, Russell. I did get it installed, right? Helix, but I needed a big browser, right? Or not a big browser. I needed a big file. I don't have a big file on hand. And it actually snuck up on me. The ads did. So next ad break, we'll do the ad experiment. I do apologize. I actually installed Helix specifically to do that on the ad break. All right, I think this should be good. We'll go jump back over here. And this is WebSocket first. Can move out which is behind a shared reference. Move occurs because a port has a type. Yeah. We could actually put in string references here. Should we start optimizing that a little bit? Or just clone the crap out of it? I'm going with clone. I want to get it running. Not that. We'll come back because these should just be refs, right? Because that's all that. Yeah. Instead of this, but it's fine. Welcome back, ad viewers. Next ad break, we are going to do an experiment. One I've been recommended. We're gonna open a really large file. What, I was told 500 megabytes? I don't have those types of files laying around, but we'll have to generate one. And we're gonna open in Vim versus Helix. It'll be fun. Harish, what's cooking? Oh, perfect. We'll pull one of these. We'll pull one of these. Yeah. We'll get one of those pulled. We're just working on our Twitch alerts. Yeah. We're just working on our Twitch alerts. I think we can just delete this, right? We'll do a megabyte test. So the next ad break we'll run this test. All right, this is just our testing. Okay, infra. So this is what we did. We have the ports and whatnot. Ooh, this means we're gonna have to update our deployment because it will actually have to be configured now. For better or for worse, we've got to actually pass in. Actually, no, we don't. No, we don't. Let's see. I'm just gonna set them what they were in production, so we don't have to actually change the stuff with production. This probably should go to 8080. I have no idea why I quit there. Actually, is this all that we needed? It might be. Actually, let's get out of here and actually just see if we can't build it. Cargo, build, bin, monolith. We built. That's cool. Okay. So now we just have to do this. I know I need to learn to use Wes terms multiplexing. It's on my list of things. It's on my long list of things to learn to do and become competent at. It's one of the reasons I'm using Wes term, but I'm just using i3 because I'm learning Vim motions right now. And haven't had the time or energy. We'll do it one of these streams. All right. Are we ready? Are we ready? Let's see. Let's start catting some stuff. Not catting. Whew, that would be bad. We've got to... Actually, we usually run it here. So... I should just put these all in the same file. They're technically different things. Like, this is setting up different tokens than this is setting up. And this is setting up the stuff to make it so that everything looks locally for the thing running. I should just make it one file or some script, some bash script that runs silently. Okay, so we can go here. I believe this one, all it needs is... I think it just needs the mock setup. This is where we'll run the Twitch CLI. This isn't the right command. Did we document this? I feel like we did. Because I got tired of being like, I have to go look at the documentation because that's not the right command. Here we go. So maybe it is the right command. Seems fine. This should fail, right? Because Twitch watches that there is a... Twitch watches for a connection. It's gonna say that there's no clients in the server. Okay. Cool. And then if we cargo run bin monolith like this. Why did we fail? Tell me your secrets. Okay, gotta update the access token. This happens. This is fine. I have learning Rust videos on YouTube. I'm gonna be honest with you all. I have no idea what I'm doing with YouTube. And it shows. I have zero ideas. What I'm doing. All right, so I have this. And it's a YouTube channel, and I did, there's all of these Rust things that I did. You're more than welcome to try them, and hopefully they work for you. I didn't like them because they felt too sterile to me. They felt too sterile to me. The other thing is I don't get a ton of views on them. I don't get a ton of views on any of this stuff other than like my honest ads stuff. And so the same goes for like my database stuff. Like my database stuff gets like hundreds of views. And I put a lot of work into those. Like that's a lot of work to code this. And so I don't know what the future of this channel is going to be. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm not going to keep making this content, because this is what I meant to do. And I want to help people with Kubernetes, databases, distributed computing, Rust, even Go. And I want to keep doing that. But do I do it on this channel? Or do I use this channel to be kind of fun? I enjoy making these videos. I actually like making these videos, but I don't want it to be the only thing that I do. But do I mix them or do I keep them separate? So the other thing that I have is I have the Null Bytes. Which I have started to break out things that I make. These are just things that we watched. We did this on stream. And do I start to just make all of that educational stuff part of the Null Bytes? Is that what I do? I'm not sure. Do you guys like the bite out of the beaker? You know, my little beaker? I don't know if anybody noticed that. I thought that was a fantastic touch that I did. I did that all by myself. It's a bite. It's a bite. I was having fun with the wordplay. Anyways, I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. I got to make up my decision here soon, because one of the things that we're going to get into in just a second after we test this is one of the things that we need to get into is the database. So we have on stream, we programmed the whole next section, actually the next 2 sections, possibly 3 videos of content. Do I make them for here? Because like I can put in the work to try and make this for this, which this is a lot of work. These videos are like 30 minutes long. They take a decent amount of like the preparation on top of the recording and stuff. It's just probably 100 hours worth of work for 131 views. Do I cheapen the quality of it, make it a byte, and live record it? I don't know yet, but it's something that I'm working on. I honestly, I don't know. I know, Russell. The last one was 6 months ago. The last one did a little bit better. I'm not sure why. Because it doesn't even make sense to watch. So the views look good on it, but the thing is, nobody actually watched it. So this, like 131 people watched most of it. And this one, most people didn't watch it. I think they clicked on the title for some reason and then they were like, nope, we're out. We're out. So this is a little deceiving on like how well it did. And so this is where like there are like 150 people that watch this and truly appreciate it, but it's a lot of work to do. And so I think that I'm going to like make it a little bit easier so I can keep making them a little bit faster. Because that's the reason I haven't made another one. I really like these because I feel like there's just not this type of content on the internet, a lot of it. I mean, there is, like, you can go find this stuff, but like it's not as prevalent. And so I like doing it. But yeah, so now the thing that I'm thinking is, do I just leave this for like some like HTMX commentary? You know, I did like the HTMX and the AWS, which did pretty well, which they're kind of funny and informative, but they're not really educational. And then do I move all the educational stuff to Null Bytes? That's kind of what I'm thinking. The weird part about that is that I would be missing episodes of stuff. And do I upload these onto the Null Bytes? I'm still thinking about it. This is something I've been thinking on. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on a tirade of that. I'm trying to do the best thing for my YouTube audience. And I really I'm not a YouTuber. I don't know what I'm doing. All right, I need to make an access token. So I'm going to cone of silence you guys while making an access token. I appreciate you guys for waiting. Alternate maybe. Welcome back. Better than the cone of shame. Yeah, the cone of silence. Actually, this is another thing that I've been meaning to make. I want to have a scene for cone of silence. So like, I want to make this an actual thing for you all. But right now it's just my face. And most likely I'll leak it anyways, because that, I'm not saying it's happened before, but it's happened before. What's happening? I'm getting a key, updating all the files, a secret key, updating all the files and re-updating everything. And then I'm about to go verify that it's working, because that's the other thing that happens is I'm like, okay, I did it. And then like I screwed something up and then I have to just do it again. I'm validating that it's working right now. And then I have to go through and make sure that, I gotta make sure it's working, and then I got to make sure I'm not leaking it somewhere on a screen. That's what happened 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I had to go update everything. Obviously I did something wrong. It failed to run, but... Oh, the application panicked. Okay. Well, this might be something that we need to... That's a weird error. That's a weird error. But I think we're ready to cone of not silence. They're in files. They're in environment files. Yeah. All right. Let's bring you guys back. Panic at the Disco. No, not quite. That's a band, right? Panic at the Disco. I can't tell you what they've made, but I feel like that's a band. All right. So we got this with the AI Manager Service lib. Either runtime async std or runtime Tokyo feature must be enabled. What crate was this on? What is wanting this feature to be enabled? What change caused this to be a thing? That's what it is. Cloak.mvim. Let's do that right now. Let's do that right now. So one thing that I do is every key to this computer is its own separate key. It makes it somewhat easier when I do leak it. But this sounds good. This does not look good. This did not have a very good adaptive resolution. So we'll just move it over here, make this a little bit prettier. All right. What we're going to do, we're going to add that. Yeah. All right. Let's see if ChatGPT can't do it. Add the cloak.nvim plugin. Come on. There we go. There you go. What are we doing? Okay. Stop. There we go. All right, let's actually just look up cloak. That was... Is that the right, is this the right one? Is this the actual one? The Latan? what this person was using. Is this it? Okay. Well, it looks like this was wrong. Surprise, surprise. The AI was just pulling my leg. That's right. That's right. The AI was just pulling my leg. Okay. Cool. Is it disabled by default? I don't know. All right, so let's enable it. Let's see. It should just be something like this though, right? Oh wait, we need to close this. But now it's disabled by default, right? And they were saying I need to call setup on this. Do I just call setup on lazy here like this? I don't feel like that's the answer here. I was gonna say usually there's like config. How do I configure this? Let me just search. Actually, 1 second. I'm not searching. I have ChatGPT. Okay, so I can just do this later. So, can I just do this right here and then later do the require? Or do I do this like config function, which we've done in other places? Okay. Okay. Let's do that then. Let's get back to where we were. This is kind of not helpful. Actually... So in this, I just need to return the config object, right? Or do I configure it? Do I like require and configure it? I was hoping to find an example. Because we could do like what ChatGPT is doing in that config thing and do like basically a require. ChatGPT didn't. This is like garbage. This is complete garbage. All right, let's try again. All right. Here we go. Okay, so this is what they're... Okay, so this is doing a config function. Okay, so this is kind of what I was thinking. All right, cool. Cool. Let's look at their settings now. Wait. These look important. I'm just gonna take this 2. That did not. Yeah, it's not. It's kind of upset about this. Missing symbol. Okay, so I think maybe I need just another one of these. Yeah, there we go. All right, I'm gonna test this really quickly. So I gotta cone of silence you all. Sorry, I'm gonna test it really quickly. All right, let's see. Glad I did this in a cone of silence. It did not work. It did not. It did install. Doesn't work for me. Okay, well, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out later. That doesn't work for me. It's okay. I don't need it right now. Probably. I fixed that and tried again already. It's all right. It'll be all right. All right. Now, all we have to figure out is what this horrendous error is. We actually have a crash here. And this happens Wait, this is not the same error. Where is our error? Where is our error? It has to do with the scheduler. I get that. Nothing changed with that, right? So interesting. What I see here is this right here. When we basically run our three things, right? I'm not entirely sure where this panicked. I guess right here. 39. Okay, right. This is looking right. So it panics here because it didn't return okay. And it was in this when running application. Let's walk through this. Okay, with context when running application. We're here. This is in the Tokyo runtime. Tokyo runtime. Tokyo runtime, Tokyo runtime. Tokyo runtime. Tokyo runtime. Okay, here's our code. Okay, cool. So here's main setup SQLite, and then our connection pool. Okay, so this is our connection with the database, which is SQLite. It should create it if it doesn't exist. This is an SQLX. Maybe SQLX is the thing that's asking for this. Yeah. It's SQLX. This must be an updated version of SQLX, right? Because nothing has changed here. Okay, I mean, this is fine. We just didn't change anything here. Okay, I mean, this is fine. We just didn't change anything here. Okay, I mean, this is fine. We just didn't change anything here. Okay, I mean, this is fine. We just didn't change anything here. Okay, I mean, this is fine. We just didn't change anything here. Okay, I mean, this is fine. We just didn't change anything here. Okay, I mean, this is fine. We just didn't change anything here. Okay, I mean, this is fine. We just didn't change anything here. Okay, I mean, this is fine. We just didn't change anything here. Okay, I mean, this is fine. We just didn't change anything here. Okay, I mean, this is fine. We just didn't change anything here. Okay, I mean, this is fine. We just didn't change anything here. Okay, I mean, this is fine. We just didn't change anything here. Okay, I mean, this is fine. We just didn't change anything here. Okay, I mean, this is fine. We just didn't change anything here. Okay, I mean, this is fine. We just didn't change anything here. I didn't copy that either. What? All right. This should be an easy fix then. Although I have it pinned to a version. Interesting. Maybe this got deleted somehow. You know what we can also do is make sure that the AI manager, cargo uses the workspace. I'm not sure. Okay, it connected and then crashed. Task 41 panicked. I'm glad it wasn't task 42. That would have been traumatizing for me. Yeah, I'm absolutely happy about that. Let's see. Main 161. It did not like our connection request. Oh. Okay. So, yeah, this closed the connection on us with a 1000 code. It didn't like our handshake. Didn't like our handshake. .108 was the place before this. So this is the Twitch client, right? It was 181. $161. And this was... One second. This was 108. But which one was it? Which flatten failed? Which flatten failed? Oh, wait. We know that. We know that, right? That's back up here, right? No, that's here. Oh, this is terrible. This is terrible design. I don't like it. I don't like what I've done here. Because this is telling me that it's failed here. Because one of these returned an error. What's the error? I know that one of these failed, but which one? Now, I have a little hint here. There's an abnormal closure of the WebSocket to the Twitch server that we're running locally. Unexpected into file. So I feel like it's part of the handshake that was running. But let's see what this printed out. Can't listen error. Invalid input. Invalid a socket address was the message. Uh-oh. I know which one it is. I know what it is. HTTP port equals 8080. It's by default set to 80 for production. This is on me. This one is. Okay. This one's not on me now. We fixed the one thing. We've got something. Well, maybe it's the same thing. Yeah, it's task 41. Task 41 is unhappy. It is in the Twitch event listener service. So oh wait, no, this is not. This is from the front end API. Okay. Invalid socket address. Let's see where we were listening on. Let's see, connecting to Twitch. Run migrations, processing message, so we've connected. Processing the WebSocket. All right, let's go and print those. I don't think we are. So that is in the front end API. We'll just go and print what gets passed in here. I didn't see these get printed out. So this is the WebSocket address. It should get printed if we can't listen to it. But then we don't print anything for just the HTTP address. Here's where we're doing that. No, so let's let's do this. And then we'll jump up here. We'll actually finish typing this. This will be the WebSocket address. Oh, we're already doing that. Okay. I didn't see that, did I? I don't see this. So another thing that we could look at here is just seeing what we're passing in, right? So when we build the front end here, we pass these ops in, and the only thing I can think of is that the ops are coming in really weird, and there's currently no way for us to see that. Where is the front end? Okay, here. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. This hurts me. Okay. Did any of you spot it yet? I mean, this is fine, but I know what it is. You know what this expected? A bind address. Not just a port. So that means no, that's not what I wanted. Really what we need to do is this right here. Yeah. Come on, ChatGPT, this is where you shine. You can do it. You can do it. Why have you stopped doing it? Thanks for the follow. Thank you so much. Come on, ChatGPT, why are you failing me? There we go. Actually, I just named this the same thing, so I just need to delete the ops. Done. All right, this failure is completely on me. Is completely on me. I'm glad you guys caught that along with me. All right. Well, at least we connected. We did die immediately as I've never had this many errors. This hurts me. I know it was a big change. It was a huge change. But still. Oh. We don't have ban yet. Did I run ban? I did run ban. Okay. So this was an expected failure. Expected failure. We don't have ban supported. There we go. Okay. So let's run. Let's see what this will look like. Actually, we're right here, right? All right, let's oh, we're not on 8080. Oh, we are on 8080. We're listening on 8080, right? Are we not on 8080? Oh, I forgot. This gets a little tricky to set up, right? This is listening on 8080, isn't it? Maybe we just do port 80. That won't work, right? Yeah. Yeah. Won't let us. For good reason. Let's do port 9090. Okay. I think we possibly conflicted. 9090. Yeah. Okay. We're good now. Okay. Here we go. Real truth. Did all this hard work pay off? No, but close. Why? Why is there no graphic or anything? What went wrong here? Oh. I know. It's the serving directory, right? Because it serves those files by a relative path to where it's running. Oh, gosh. So when we're running from here, we're running from a different root directory. Okay, I know how to fix this. I know how to fix this. All right. So what we need to do is make it a parameter. And so let's go front end API into our lib. And what we need here is for let's just call this we're just gonna call this, what are we gonna call this? We're gonna call this asset path. Nice. We're gonna make this another thing here. And then we're gonna throw that here. And that will go here. Right? Where will that go? It's here. It's here. It's here. What did I screw up? Oh, okay, okay. Wait, I should be able to like CIW paste, but I didn't get the the quotes. My accepting of the AI doesn't always accept correctly. That did not. Oh, because we're in the. Okay, one second. Actually, no self here. No self here. That was a blunder on my part. Blunder on my part. Let asset. Okay, yeah. I think I have a conflict in my accepting and autocomplete from the LSP. And I think that's something that I need to update. Because I think that's what keeps getting me in trouble. All right. So this will give us our asset path for the directory to serve. So this allows us to change it. Now, I kind of want to make it a default thing. Nah, we'll just... Okay. Now we just go into monolith. And we just need to update here. Because what this is going to be is... And we're golden, right? That's it. We're done. Look, I have proven you can be more stupid than what Rust can protect you from. It can only protect you from a certain level of stupid. Most people are above that threshold. Most people. I'm the exception to the rule. I'm the exception to the rule. I'm a massive exception to the rule. Massive exception to the rule. All right, well, oh, wait. Hard refresh. Gotta do that. Let's run it again. Let's run it again. Okay, hard refresh didn't act. Did it help? One second. Let's oh wait. Pause it. Stop. There we go. Okay. We don't need this, actually. Get rid of that. Actually, we can just go to this, right? And look at Actually, wait. It's better to do this, right? We can actually find the wrapper class, which should have... Yeah, this isn't getting the CSS, so it's just not getting served. The CSS isn't getting served. Okay, so let's validate that front end API assets. Yeah, this is right. So here I do, shoot. Front end API. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Empty cache, hard reset. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. In the depths of the void, test from user desert. That's a little fast. I know we updated the timing. That felt a little fast. That felt a little bit fast. I'm not gonna lie. Smaller font, my foot. It's gonna be smaller. We're gonna have to play around with it. I don't know. Because it's not gonna be this big, right? Oh, shoot. We have 3 minutes before an ad. We've got to get a big file. We've got to get a big file. Let's go get a big file really quickly. Where was that? Where's the data sets? Okay, 200 gigabytes, 200 megabytes. Is this a good one? We'll open this one. 3 megabytes, not big enough. Is there like a gig one? 5 gigs? 1.5. Okay, this one's another good one. Okay, we gotta go quick. Download. Can't be downloaded securely. Don't give me this. How do I get you? Can I force you? Keep anyways. Stop trying to protect me. I don't want your protection. All right, we will work on that. We have an ad coming up, and in the ad, we're going to test out Vim versus Helix opening a large file. So I have to run and do that really quickly. I gotta get a large file. Wait, how do I download this data set? Where's the download button? Just give me the I need the data. Where's the... Oh, it's in a zip. This is nice. No! All right. Another one. Quick. 2 megabytes? That doesn't seem like big enough. 82? No, we want bigger than that. 12? No. 65? No. 600 megabytes. There we go. This is it. All in one file. Oh, wait. That's 11 gigs. That's not what I wanted. This one's fine. We're gonna pause that one. That one's huge. We'll take this one. I'm not gonna make it. Not gonna make it in time, but we're trying. Here we go. This one will be golden. What the garbage? Why? There we go. Can I just extract it there? Come on. Go. Which file here? There we go. This one looks beautiful. A little bit of French. Okay. Ad starting soon. Here we go. We made it. We did this. Like a professional. Downloads. What? Oh my gosh. This was training, training parallel. Okay. So we're looking at like this one right here. All right, are you guys ready? Helix versus Vim. We'll see if this even makes a difference. 1,000, 2, 1,000. Like 2 seconds to open this. It's pretty responsive. This was maybe not big enough of a file. That was definitely faster. Like, that was definitely faster. Watch this. 1,000 in 1 second. 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000. So it definitely was faster. It's like definitely faster, like a noticeable faster. Now, I have to say that like there is no lag, at least for me in here, like browsing around. Like once it's loaded, it's fine. But that is faster. Oh wait, is there not normal Vim? Like I was doing curly braces there. Is curly brace not a thing in here? Dang, Vim's this is busted. Helix is busted. All right. Mr. Ray Ray! It's good to see you. How's your game going? Thanks for the raid. In the realm of shadows, Mr. Ray Ray's party and the Null party united against a common foe. Untyped languages. That was the common foe that it didn't put in there, but that's the common foe that we're going against. Duck typing. Mr. Ray Ray, the alert bot is working. See, it just gives you an AI generated message about you joining the party. We're actually working on it today. Oh, Russell, I can turn on Vim mode. Oh, cool. So we're working on the Twitch alerts. During the ad, we took a little break to test out Helix versus Vim loading of a large file. Vim is much slower, but what we're going to do is we're actually going to copy this. Oh my goodness. Yanking took forever, which kind of makes sense though. I'm going to give it that one. I'm just going to double the size of this file. I just doubled the size of the file. And then we're going to test it again. So it's taken like 2 seconds on Vim, less time on... I might have crashed it though. I might have crashed Vim. It did not like pasting that much text. I thought the common foe was Scrum. Is that all I'm known for at this point? Like, I have worked so hard on so many things to help educate people, and I make one fun video, and that's what I'm known for. That's it. That's it. Okay, so pasting took a super egregious amount of time in Vim. All right, let's open it. Are you guys ready? 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000, about 4. It about doubled in time. About doubled in time. Are we ready? 1,000, 2. It was a slight bit longer, but my goodness, not too bad. How do we do Vim key bindings in here so I can try it? Who in their right mind copy and paste 600 megabytes worth of text? Look, Dutch, I've never claimed to be in my right mind. Never once claimed. So. I can't use this right now in its current state. So 1 second. Plus, I'm copying and pasting French to make insult to injury. Helix, turn on correct mode. I mean Vim mode. I'm not learning their crappy motions at this point. I just started learning Vim motions. Vim just hates French. Okay. So that was a successful test. Let's get back to the real work. The real work is that this is unreadable. We need some padding. We probably need to make the text a bit smaller. I'm noticing that this was on me. I wanted this design. Let me just stop this. This was on me. So I wanted like this doorway because I thought that this would be like cool as a Dungeons and Dragons like thing. But the door isn't wide enough because like if we add padding here, it's gonna be like it's already like 3 words. And if we make it smaller, I mean, let's play around with it. Let's play around with it. Who made that graphic? There is a command for that. Art. Scroll it in the credit style. Jammed lock is on every once in a while. She did it. Dock lock is on more often. I'm sure you've seen him. Let's play around with it. Thank you so much. Another alternate, maybe? You keep following. It's good to see you. Keep testing the system. It's still working. All right. I'm coding in CSS. Coding in CSS. Okay, yeah, I'm using percentage, which is fantastic, by the way. Let's see, we could make the font size a little bit smaller. No, I want this. Why? Oh. What does that look like to you guys? Now, okay, let's be fair here. Let's be fair. This isn't going to be that big. It's going to be something like, it's not going to be that small either. Let's see here. Let's see here. This will be like, no, wrong way, wrong way. Let's see. It will probably be like that. So the username needs to be a different color. I think we're going to put this in here because this is always going to be shorter. Some people have long names. So we're going to flip that. We're going to flip that. Is that easy enough to read? Is this okay? I mean, obviously the thing up here needs to not be white because that's hard to read, but higher contrast than white on black? I don't know that that's possible. Yeah, the top text I've said has to change. 100%. 100%. It might be gray. We can try. We could also do like some bold. Let's see. I guess it is kind of gray, right? It is kind of gray. I lied. Wait, where's the font? I don't set the font color? Come on, I gotta set the font color somewhere. Here we go. I don't set the font color. So if I don't set the font color, it's just white, right? Oh, okay, here it is. Yeah, it's gray. We could do I mean, it's pretty close to white. We could do let's do 239 and we'll bump these up to 242s. That's a little bit more white. And then this one, let's see. We'll probably actually go with something like black, honestly. Why isn't it letting me type L? Yeah, honestly, it will because like that's what we were doing in the other. I know why I'm in resize still. This should change color basically because, but we gotta switch it. Let's switch it now. Let's get back into the code. What we need to do. Let's jump into here. And we need to flip this and this. I think we can just do that in the HTML. Which is in code because we're using HTMX. Right. But I missed it. I missed where it was. I was going too fast. All right, it's actually, we actually pulled it out, so there we go. Okay, this is probably like terrible. It's not gonna look right because we did all that custom padding. Dang it. Dang it. It's not going to look right at all. Did we not get the updates? Did you not get the updates? Yeah. That's actually worse than I was expecting because it's just worse. It's not even close. It's not even in the right order. It's now why? How? How did it get in this order? Oh, wait. I see. Wait. Let me think about that. I took the bottom and put it at the top, but I didn't take the top and put it at the bottom. I don't know how I expected that to work. How did I expect that to work? Not my finest moment. Not my finest moment at all. All right, so this is closer to what I expected. This is what I was shooting for. Now, we have to redo the padding because the one had the padding for the top and the other one had the padding from the bottom. So let's do that. That should actually be fairly straightforward, though, because it should just be flip-flopping the two. I guess I could test it here, but I'm fairly certain this will work. Let's see, alert CSS, and then we're just going to flip. What are the two elements that we have to flip? So we need to flip the event, the P event with the H2 message. The P event with the H2 message, these two. Okay, so. That's gonna do it. That is going to do it. Ah, beautiful. Beautiful. We're still a little in here. We're a little, I thought we fixed that. Oh, we just fixed it in here. Okay. Thank you, Russell, for joining and hanging out. We need quite a few back-end devs. Okay, so this 50% needs to go to what? We said 47%? Yeah, I know. That feels good. To have those percentages in there. It's like it's math. It feels good. Everybody enjoys that a little bit. Okay. Now. You had to explain to a dev with 15 years of experience how to do a rebase and a merge? That's rough. That's rough. Okay, so this needs to not be white, which is the P event. It's the P event. Oh, you know, it happens to us all. Those P events just sneak up on us. So we should do it a different color for different actions. So for followed, it's going to be black. Now, how are we going to change the color? We're going to add a class. So basically, right now it's event is the class, right? So what we'll do is we'll just do like P dot, let's do, and the only thing we're setting here is the color. Is it text color or font color? It's font color, isn't it? It's font color, right? It's just color. Is this the right way to do this? Make one of these for everything? Like, this is why I hate CSS. It feels like there should be a better way of doing this. You know what? We're just taking that color. Have no idea what that is. We'll find out, but I have no idea what it is. I mean, we can start reading it like 9E, 2B, 25. So this is red, green, blue, right? So we're low on the blue and the green. So it's kind of a reddish color, right? That's the highest value, I guess. My guess is it's a reddish color. If I was developing in VS Code, that would be 2 Microsoft products I use. I limit myself to 1 Microsoft product. Okay, I have 2 because I have Copilot, but that's a GitHub product. Okay, so that doesn't count. Thanks, Cat Muffin. That's not what some people would say. That is not what some... Okay, what we do need to do now is actually update our HTMX here. Right, because we need to add a class to these. So like here, we're going to do follow and yeah, we just follow, right? We called it a follow. And then this is sub. You know, we should do subscribe just to keep it. This will be raid. This will be sub gift. All right, and then let's go back to alert. There we go. All right. That did not work. Did it? That was like, nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Dang it. Why? Invalid property. I think it's font color. I think it's font color. Somebody lied to me? Okay, that's not good either. Oh, wait, did I misspell black in there? Oh. I see. I got it. There we go. Okay, so if that's follow, then what we can do here is we can do a subscribe over here, right? Let's do that. Because that should be that other color. I wasn't actually listening, was I? Skill issues are abounding. All right, now we're ready for a subscription. There we go. We generated it. Done. All right, yeah. I said it was reddish. Look at that skill. Look at that skill. Postgres. Welcome. How are you doing today? That's a terrible color. I guess that's like salmon-ish, but that's hard to read. That's gonna be hard for you guys to read. It needs to be darker. Let's turn this up to D, and this up to 4. And this up to 3. That's a much better color. Much better color. All right, we also need these for now just about everything. I'm just letting the AI pick colors. Just letting it pick colors. So this is like a very blue something. Very blue something. Okay, so we have P dot. What is the other P? We had raid. We have the resubscribe. There we go. That's the color you guys get. What are you working on, Postgres? What do you mean the absolute thought process around this? I don't understand. I don't understand. You're like implying that there's a thought process. And I resent that idea. That is a darker red, but not great. Still. All right, and it's also not lasting long enough. Not lasting long enough at all. You gotta have a little time to read it. None of us are speed readers. I'm especially not a speed reader. That is all dealt with here by the power of HTMX and this await. Oh yeah, we need 10 seconds. We need 10 seconds. My goodness. Who was thinking we could speed read like that? Hot reload. I need to figure out a hot reload solution for this. It's getting annoying. All right. Oh, cool. I actually really like Axum. I haven't used it a whole lot. We started using it in my little Rust thing that I did each week, which I'll start back up next weekend. Yeah, so yeah, I've really liked it. I think it's pretty good. All right. How long does that stay? This field in the heart of darkness, test from users' wisdom shone bright, guiding the party through perilous trials. Their courage inspired allies, forging a bond stronger than steel. Oh, yeah, that was pretty good. I tried to do a fast read. Probably doesn't need to be that long. I know we used to have a dynamic amount of wait time. We'll get back to that. Right now, it's just hard coded. 10 seconds. Oh, that's really cool. That's awesome. All right. Oh, I'm sorry, Postgres. You learn to appreciate it. Eventually, you learn to appreciate it. I've never actually, my first job was in C++, so I guess I've never really worked in the higher level languages until I worked in Go. Go's about the only higher level language I've worked in. So I guess maybe for me it wasn't nearly as painful. I actually have a thing based on word count Dutch because word count's much more accurate. So most people don't read by letters, they read by words because most people read the first. So instead of reading D-U-R-A-T-I-O-N, you read D-U-N-O-N or effectively like that. Or you look at the shape of the word and you read it. So your ability to read quickly isn't actually on the length of the word. It's on how many words there are. And so I did a ton of research for doing some of this. So if you're trying to judge how long something should be up based off of how much text, it really should be based off of word count and not characters. Now, for somebody who's dyslexic, we read by reading the whole thing. This doesn't look like duration. It looks like D-U-R-A-T-I-O-N, but I'm dented. So mine, it's probably much more accurate to count how many characters there are. Okay. And actually, I just guess a lot. I read the for me, I look at this and it's very easy. DU, what else is there going to be? And then you're from milliseconds. I can recognize from. But as you can see, I said from milliseconds, and this is what gets me in trouble. This is actually millis. But I actually don't read the whole word because I just guess and fill in, which then gets me in trouble. Sometimes I don't read the exact same thing that's on the page. But I read faster that way. Okay, so the colors are there. It's pausing. That's cool. Let's check some of these. Let's do a raid. I want to know what the color is for a raid. Rated is purple. Cool. Which other ones did we do? Resub. I don't know if resub. I don't know if it's called resubscribe. Nope. It's not resubscribe on this. We'll have to test that one in production. It's resub. Resub. Nope. Now what we can do is we can get a follow up and then change the class type, right? Because the CSS will do it. So we can just do follow and then pause it, done. It's up. Now we can go through here and to actually kind of test it, we can just, no. I'm saying like, what is the event type to pass through the Twitch? And this is like for their CLI too. So here we need to edit this. I can edit this here, right? And I can do resubscribe. That. Oh, look at that. That is fantastic color. That is not great to read, is it? And we already have a salmon, so let's change this a little. Let's do a 255 here. We'll shoot for a greenish, not a yellow. We'll boost this a little. No. We're gonna pull this down. We're gonna pull this down to 91. 91. Oh, that's maybe worse. Okay, let's boost these up a little, make it a little darker. Let's make it. We could use a tool to do this. There are tools. I know you're thinking, Merrick, there's a tool to do this, and I'm thinking, who's got time for that when we can guess RGB values and make something that's worse. That's worse. I was not thinking about this, was I? That's worse. We're going down to we're gonna make this less than 255 because I want to make it darker. I was thinking in a subtractive color space and we're in an additive color space. We're not painting here. That was horrendous of me. We're going to 177. Okay, a little bit darker. We're gonna boost these a little so it's a little bit 9. Yeah. No. Why does it keep jumping to the other thing? I don't want that. I want this. 9's probably not enough. We'll do 32 and 42. There we go. Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful right there. We nailed it. There we go. This process is making you ill. This is front-end web development, right? All right. It's not perfect. It's still hard to read. We're gonna have to fix that. Can we like embolden family? It's not font family though. It's like font style, bold. Why does this not work? Invalid property. Bold isn't a property. We have normal, inherent, revert, but not bold. Okay, well, never mind. Not bolding it. Maybe I'll have to pick a different font. Make that a little bit easier to read. I guess I just need to make them really darker, honestly. The darker they are, the better, right? So, like, really, if we do something like this, that's going to be easier to read. So I just need to make them all darker. Okay. Okay. That's fair. We're just going dark. Oh, a font weight. I see. I see. Of course. Of course it's font weight instead of style. We're just going to do that for all of these. Okay. Okay. Good enough. Good enough. All right. That being said, I need a drink, and then we're going to go into my little videos that I'm recording. So we'll talk about these. So you like planning poker? This is one thing that I want to do from my fun videos that I post on my one YouTube channel. I want to make it open up to conversations. And there was a lot of people that defended planning poker. And so I want to talk why, in a very serious manner, I think planning poker, even if you as an engineer are like, I'm okay with planning poker, you as a manager shouldn't like planning poker because I think it fails at what it does. So we're going to go over that. We're then also going to go over, what else are we going to go over? There was a video, and this isn't a reaction because I watched it, but I think it's a very interesting video in that it had some really good advice, but maybe for the wrong reasons. And it sounds like this person has worked in really toxic work environments. And if that's where you're at, it might be okay advice, but I want to give you guys my thoughts on some of it. Just as somebody who manages stuff. So I'll give you my thoughts. So we're going to do those. And then next week, we're going to get back to doing the Rust and Kubernetes stuff. Sorry, I've just had a really busy week. I didn't have any time to prep for it. I'm going to go get a new cup of coffee. I'm going to take probably like a 10-minute break. See, okay, and Cat Muffin, I'm fine if you're okay with it. That's fine. I actually think that it doesn't serve a particular goal, and I will get into it, and like, that's fine. I want to have a conversation. Let's have a little bit of a conversation about it. Like I said, I hope that these videos open us up to having these conversations after the video. So my actual plan and goal, I think, is after an honest ad, the week after one, I want to have 2 or 3 sessions of responses to the most upvoted comments that are critical of it. I want to have a dialogue on those. This is my attempt to have these open up conversations around these topics without anybody taking themselves too seriously. So Dutch, the story points is an entirely different conversation, but we can have that one too. Not today, but we can have that one. I'm going to go make myself a cup of coffee, enjoy your 3 minutes of ads, and I'll be back in like, let's see. I'm going to be right back in 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. It takes me a little bit of time to get coffee. I gotta make it. I gotta grind it. I gotta heat the water up. I gotta pour it over the top. It takes time. Coffee snob. How hurtful. How hurtful. I decided that I was going to cut out drinking all sugar. And I kind of like coffee. But what I found out was that I couldn't drink coffee plain unless if I actually worked at making, like, doing it right. Because it was too bitter doing just like the standard drip way. So I do work at it, but I try to do it so that I don't have to use things like cream and sugar. So, I don't know, call me snob or... Sugar is like super addictive. There's two things. Sugar is probably pretty bad for you just in general. And then it's really easy to drink too much sugar. You know, like it's kind of hard to eat too much sugar in bread because like that's a lot of bread that you have to eat. But to like the amount of sugar in some of these sugary drinks is just a lot. So I haven't cut out all sugar. I just don't add any sugar to drinks. So I don't drink sugary drinks or in general. I'm not saying if I go to somebody's house or something and they have Mountain Dew, I don't drink it, but in general, we don't have any sugary drinks around. And don't put any sugar in drinks. So yeah. Dutch, you're calling me the coffee snob and you're talking about the ground size. I understand the ground size. I understand the ground size, how fat, what temperature the water is. This is what you're calling a snob is exactly what you're talking about. 100%. Well, that's all I do. That's all, like, I don't do anything amazing. I just do a simple pour over. Just a simple pour over. I don't even use a Chemex. I do it straight into my coffee cup. Straight into the coffee cup. Yeah. Yeah, I get cheap filters. The cheapest filters you can get. I actually tried some reusable filters. Those didn't turn out very well, so I don't use those. I get the absolute cheapest filters. And I just make it not bitter. That's what I do. All right. You have burned your tongue so many times. Good sir, I'm sorry, Apollo. You have burned your tongue a few too many times. You use silk filters? Holy crap, how rich are you? Silk filters. It's like his cereal. He just pours hot water in with roasted coffee beans and eats that. All right, let's record this video. Let's record this video. So you like planning poker? Welcome, YouTube and Twitch. Thanks for joining me. I wanted to go over this to kind of talk about some of the things, some of the concepts and comments being left on my Scrum video. I actually really appreciate it because this is hopefully one of the goals. I want to talk about these things that you guys have questions, thoughts, concerns, or differing opinions on. One of the things that came out was that there are some engineers who don't mind planning poker, but I want to take it from the angle of management. Management shouldn't like planning poker. Planning poker doesn't achieve what I have ever wanted out of being management. It doesn't achieve it, and I'll give you why it doesn't, or at least my opinions on why it doesn't. So even if you're okay as an engineer playing planning poker, which I never enjoyed it, I'm going to give you my thoughts on it from a management perspective. So let's jump into it. What we can see here is, what are our goals? So whenever I look at something, you have to have a goal for doing it. Why do we play planning poker? What is it trying to achieve? Well, it's trying to estimate effort or project an amount of time. Those are like, maybe these kind of go hand in hand. They're kind of a differing amount of, they're actually a little bit different. You could say maybe calculating complexity. But the whole idea is you are trying to plan in such a way that you know how long something's going to take. Now, I know that a lot of people will say that story points isn't about time. We can go about story points another day. Leave a comment if you'd like to have one of these on story points and why I don't like story points. But the goal, whether it's story points or something else of planning poker, is to estimate effort or the amount of time, or you could say the complexity of something. That's the goal. So whenever we're looking at if it's effective, we need to be looking to see if that holds true. We need to be looking to see if it effectively does what we're looking to do. So let's dig into that. What is a point? It could be time, it could be complexity, it could be something else. I've heard many things on this. It can be nothing. It can be nothing at all. So depending on who you talk to, what Scrum Agile person you listen to, it's one of these things. And so when we're playing planning poker, we need to be assigning some number of points. I've never actually seen planning poker be done without story points. That's kind of a prerequisite for it. Now, I have issues with time and complexity. If you don't know the problem fully, you don't know how much time it will take. Another thing is, does everyone work at the same speed? I'll use myself as an example here. I'm fairly comfortable with putting myself out there. I work with some people who are much faster at the front end. I'm not saying I'm less of an engineer. I'm much faster at several other things as well, because we all have our places where we enjoy, where we've specialized, where we've done the most amount of work. So on my team, there's a couple people that do more front end. They do back end. I can do front end too. I can do React up there with the best of them, but I can't do it with the best of them. But I can do React just fine. I can write JavaScript. I'm not great at either, and I'm slow at them, but I do it whenever I need to on the team. Now, so we all have our proclivities to what we enjoy, what we're good at, what we've specialized at, what we've spent the most time at. So not everyone works at the same speed. This makes assigning a time very difficult, right? Because that means that number is different depending on who takes the ticket. And planning poker doesn't assign these tickets to a person. This is not planning. Planning happens at a different time, different place. It's not mixing those two. So not everybody works at the same speed. So if we're talking about time, it's a really bad way of judging time for how long it's going to take. So it doesn't really do this very well. Now, another problem that I have, and this is a reoccurring one, does everyone have the same understanding of the issue? I challenge you, I've never seen a team, unless if it's a lot of people that do the exact same thing and have worked well together and for a long time, they don't have the same deep understanding of everything that needs to be done. And if not, if they don't have the same understanding of the issue, of the full stack of the issue, of the everything that needs to be done, the amount of time quoted is different depending on each person. But by definition, planning poker requires them to come to consensus, which you could say is them arguing. But the problem with this is everyone just ends up picking the most knowledgeable persons because they understand it best and can argue it best. Now, again, who's getting the ticket? If it's this most knowledgeable person, that's fine, but they can't do all of the tickets. But they always win. I have never seen not the most knowledgeable person win on how much time. And this holds true for complexity. Let's look through it. Let's say, because some people will be like, it's not time. It's not hours. It's not whatnot. It's complexity. Okay, let's talk about complexity. The same things hold true with complexity. Do you fully understand the problem? If you don't know if you don't fully understand the problem, you don't know how complex it is. This is why some teams, instead of complexity, they'll say risk level. So I've seen risk level, which is basically how much unknown do we think there is, but you're just guessing at unknown. Okay, but we'll just go along with this. But if you go down this rabbit hole, you almost need a meeting before this meeting to really understand the complexity of something that's to fully understand it. You need to talk to your PM. You need to fully sit there and dive through all the details with another engineer or two. And if the whole team is playing planning poker, then you need to do this with the whole team for every issue that comes up. That's a tremendous amount of time that all of your engineers have to do on every ticket, just to try to understand how much time it's going to take to complete. And did you have a story for, did you have some time set aside for that? I mean, it depends on how many tickets you're going through. Okay. And then this is like the same as 3 up here. Does everyone have the same level of understanding of the issue? Again, even if you're talking about complexity, risk level, or something else, everybody is going to come to consensus on the most knowledgeable person's quote, because they're going to be able to argue it the best. But that's not a fair representation of the team. I'm going to pause there just for a second for questions. Dutch, this is my point exactly. It's either the person with the most knowledge or the person with the strongest personality. I will agree with you, because sometimes I've won in planning poker, and that's probably because of my personality, not because of my knowledge. I do actually cut these sections out of the video, unless if it's like really interesting or like I want to recap it. These little breaks I generally cut out of the video. Question for after the video: is there a methodology I can train for my solo project? Yeah. So one of the things that I want to talk about coming up is what else? If this stuff doesn't work, what can we do? Now, that's going to be another video entirely, but I want to talk about what else you can do. This, I'm really just talking about planning poker and why I, as a leader in my industry, I don't like my teams playing planning poker. I think it's a waste of time. I think it doesn't achieve anything usable or tangible to me. As a person that has teams under them, I don't find that it provides anything tangible to me to use. And that's my problem with planning poker. I don't care whether you like playing it or not. Either way, I'm indifferent to that. My point is, I don't think it provides a tangible thing to use and leverage. Now, this all goes back to understanding what the goals are. And most of this planning stuff is for planning, meaning you're trying to estimate the amount of time, whether it's effort, time, or complexity. Complexity is a way people try to hide behind unknown amount of time. And so they're just trying to give a buffer. So they're saying higher complexity means possibly more time. We're unsure. And that's also a crappy way to judge how long things are going to take, because some things have a complexity of 1 and a time of 2 weeks. What I mean by that is if you ask me to do something that I absolutely know exactly how to do, like write a deployment for something in Kubernetes, there's no complexity to it. I don't need any amount of complexity, but it will take me probably roughly 2 days to make a decent deployment file and make a Helm chart out of it, if that's what you want. I mean, it just takes time to do those things. So if you pick either one of these, they're also bad. So if you say story points are an estimation of time, well, that's pretty bad for a lot of reasons, and we can talk about it. If you go with complexity, that's also bad because it forgets the time. That chore would have a complexity of 1 for me. Maybe it has a higher complexity for you. Again, another reason it's a bad judgment. And 2, it just has an amount of time. So anyways, I hope you enjoyed this. This is my wipe planning poker. Even if you like it or don't mind it as a dev, I think teams shouldn't use planning poker for their estimating, because I just find that it inevitably comes to the person that has the biggest personality or the most knowledgeable. And that's not really what we're trying to judge here when we're trying to plan how much work we can do. Thanks for joining me. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can join me live on Twitch. I might be streaming right now. I mostly stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. I also do a news stream on Sundays. Thanks for joining, and I hope to see you in the next one. So I absolutely do not use these estimates. So when you say management uses them, not all management uses them. Just to be clear. Zoe, thanks for following. Zoe? I don't know how to pronounce your name. Thanks for following. I appreciate it. I guess I was going to actually talk about what else. I want to make this a different video. I'm going to make this a different video because what I want to do is actually break down things that you can do. One thing is, if you can't quote, don't quote. Just stop. A lot of people take this as the Kanban. So basically, when they're doing Kanban, they'll have a prioritized list of things like this. And so when they get done with a task, they pick up the next one. I'm oversimplifying Kanban in general, but that's kind of the methodology they take with that is. And then when I get done with this one, I'll pick up this one and then this one. And then as long as the list stays prioritized, I'm working on the most important thing next. Now you could talk about prioritization and this doesn't, there's issues with this. There's a new methodology that I've been investigating, impact engineering, which has some interesting ideas to it. But there's a lot that goes into this. And one of the things that I don't think is talked about enough is everything depends. Like literally everything. Team size, company size, type of product. So like, how big is your team? How big is the company? Different companies have different requirements, and these are all really important. If your company is 2 people, the management should be way lighter. If it's 200, or 2,000 people, again, you can only manage a certain number of people. I like to say 10. If you're managing more than 10 people, let's say even 20, it's not going to go great. And so you have to have different styles, layers, and levels based off of your company size, and it drastically changes. And I even say this with type of project. If you're a database that runs on bare metal, you release differently in different cadences. Do you know what people don't update very often? Their databases. There's literally no reason to release more than once every 6 months. I mean, not patch or hot fixes, but I mean like new updates that have new features. People don't implement new features on their databases. Not often, unless they absolutely need it, they don't do it. But that's different than if you have a SaaS. A SaaS, you want to release quickly and often if you can. Hey, Jubril, how are you doing? Deadlines is something that's a whole nother topic. But so, anyways, my big takeaway from this is good management is really hard. It's really hard. There's so much that goes into it. There isn't a cookie cutter out there to say this will work with this. And I know a lot of companies look for a lot of companies go for that. And there's reasons they desire that cookie cutter. There's reasons for compliance that they're looking for that, your SOC and ISO compliance. If you're looking for FedRAMP and things like that, there's reasons that it's important. And so sometimes I also think the answer is if you're going for those compliances, you have to accept some of the bad with the good. There's some cost to having some of these things. That's just a necessary evil to be in those things. You got to do these things. Now, there's obviously better and worse. Don't get me wrong. There's better and worse ways to do it. But this is actually why I see Scrum. This is actually probably what I think makes Scrum and Agile fail so miserably. Every company that looks to do it has this really good idea of what they want. And what happens is they inevitably are like, hey, I have this for ISO, my ISO. I have this for my SOC certification. And the thing is, they probably don't have to do it. They probably could do something else that's better. But this is the easy way out. When companies are trying to go through this is the easy way out. They do it for compliance. They do it for their FedRAMP certification. They do it for their whatnot. And they add these little bits because they're like, SOC wants this. I'll just add it to my Scrum process. FedRAMP wants this. I'll just add it to my Scrum process. And it's hard because this is actually a business need. I just think businesses go about implementing it incorrectly a lot of times. I'm very curious about what you think about story points. Okay, so I'll do a story point. That's the end of that video. I should have marked it. Oops. Marker end. Boom. Okay. I did mark it. Thank you. Thank you for watching my video. And I hope this is informative of like why. I don't know if any of you are in management, but if you are, or if you have a boss, this is my reason I don't like planning poker. And this also goes into story points. I think story points are garbage. Now, I'm not prepared to talk about it because I want to prepare a little bit with, some stuff for us to talk about. So I'll prepare and we'll do that next week. We'll do why I don't like story points. I think story points are the worst. Story points are absolutely the worst. Dane, are you here? Because this is something I wanted to go over with you. I found this video. So this next one is why we don't trust programmers. It's a YouTube video that I found. And I think this isn't a reaction. I watched it already, just so you all know. I want to give you my thoughts on it. So I'm going to watch it a little bit with you. I guess it is technically reaction content in the scheme of that. I guess I can just start the video. Let me do a marker. All right. Welcome, YouTube and Twitch. Thanks for joining me. Today, I wanted to go over a video that I think has some pretty good advice, but I also think that they come to that conclusion from a different point of view than I do. And it's one that I think could be a little bit dangerous inside of certain situations. And so I want to talk about why I think that and what we can take from it, because I do think that it has some really good points that we should learn from. So let's go ahead and jump into the video. Let's go ahead and jump into the video. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. That did not work out nearly like I wanted.
Let's say you have three.
All right. So we're going to watch this. I'm going to give some comments as we're going because, like I said, I think there's some
tasks or four.
I think there's some really good things. I would encourage you to go, I'm going to put the video in the chat for you all. Okay. So let's start that intro over again. Let's start that over again. Sorry. Welcome, everyone, and thanks for joining me. I hope that you guys like this. We're going to watch this video called This is Why Managers Don't Trust Programmers, and I want to give you my thoughts on it. Now, this is not a reaction in the sense that I have watched it, and I wanted to share my thoughts and have a conversation with you guys on this, because I think that this probably hyper applies to a certain group of companies, and I think that it doesn't apply to other groups of companies. And so I wanted to talk about that, give you my thoughts as a person that has managed people, and give you my thoughts on this. I've managed developers, and I have thoughts on it. So let's jump into it. Let me know how the sound is for you all. So this is called This is Why Managers Don't Trust Programmers. And I actually watched some of this guy's videos. They're actually some pretty good videos. I just, had some thoughts on this one. So let's watch it.
If you get paid to be a software engineer, you might think the main reason companies hire you is to write code. And that makes a lot of sense. It'd be a real problem if you can't write code at all, but that's not really what companies want you for. So in this episode, I'd like to share with you some of the harsh realities that I've learned about why if you go about your career in that you basically act as though as long as you do a good job, you're going to get recognized, you're going to get rewarded.
So this, I was thinking, like, I was really excited at this point because I was like, oh yeah, I look for you to be a problem solver. This is where like my mind went, like whatever it is, whether it's code, whether it's YAML, whether it's production, whatever it is, I was like, I could see where this is going. This is where my mind was going at this point.
You might get really let down and really frustrated. And so I'd like to share some tips with you today that if you follow some of these techniques I'm going to give you will really help you move ahead of a lot of other developers. So what do companies really want?
For the record, I do listen. This guy does not talk this fast naturally. Just so you all know, I listen to stuff at faster speeds.
From programmers, what they most want is confidence.
This right here is where I had my first knee-jerk reaction. Now, I start to understand why this guy is saying what he does, and I want to give you my thoughts and insights on why I think he came to that conclusion.
So what do companies really want from programmers? What they most want is confidence. Have you ever seen another developer who you know is clearly not as skilled at writing code or some aspect of technology as you, but you see them get promoted, you see them get rewarded, and you're really frustrated about it? You convince yourself somehow that the management is wrong in promoting this person, or that they have some sort of agenda and that's the reason you were passed up. Well, I had to learn the hard way many times in my career that that is not what companies are actually looking for, is that you just write good code. You got to get your work done, but it's really the confidence that you portray in your own work and your ability to help get the project done that's the reason they're paying you, and they'll continue to pay you. So today I'd like.
So I strongly disagree with this. And I think that this is like really important thing to break apart. That sounds like a really toxic work environment. And you might be in that. And if that's the case and you want to play the game, that's a game that you can play. I'm not recommending or not recommending, like, it to me sounds like a really toxic work environment. Now, there is something about being confident in your own abilities. And I encourage you, if you're not confident in your own abilities, to work on that. And we can cover some ways to work on your confidence. This is actually something I struggle with. But I don't ever look for an employee with the most confidence. Actually, a lot of the times I find overconfidence to be a downfall. If your confidence isn't up with your ability, so if your confidence is eclipsing your ability, to me, that's a downside. To me, I'm looking for somebody whose ability matches their confidence. That's a person who understands when they understand and when they don't understand. They understand what they don't understand. And they are confident in their ability to learn and understand and grow, but they also understand their limits as a person. So what I really am looking for is somebody that has their confidence matching their actual ability. And what I'm looking for you is somebody that's actually achieves things. I'm looking for a problem solver. So this is where I think it's a really dangerous statement to say that people are looking for confidence. I don't think so. I mean, again, unless if it's a highly toxic work environment, what I'm really looking for is results. I'm looking for things to be done, for things to improve, for somebody that can take and help a team go faster, not just by their work, but what they bring to the team, the missing pieces that they bring to the team, how they elevate the team, how they share knowledge with the team, and how they make the team better, not just by their code. So for me, when I hire somebody that is a multiple of what, so you could think about it, this is maybe not a great way, but off the top of my head, if I think that I can make $1 million off of your work, then you're worth $500,000 or something like that. There's health insurance and whatnot and stuff. Don't take the numbers roughly. But that should be the idea, is I'm looking for those results. I'm looking for you to be a multiplier to the productivity of the team, to the stuff. So that's kind of what I'm looking for in there. That's what a lot of managers I know, a lot of directors that I know, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for these types of people. They're looking for results. They're looking for their productivity. And yes, he's absolutely right. If you don't have the right amount of confidence, you either look like you don't know what you're talking about, and you could get passed over because people don't realize how much you know, because you lack the confidence to speak in a meeting when you know the right answer. And this is why it's good to have a good understanding of how much you do know. So anyways, this was kind of the first point, but then I think the video goes on and there's some really good talking points that go on through here. So let's watch some more of it.
I'd like to share several tips with you on how you can actually increase the confidence that your company has in you as a programmer.
And this is a really good point. You do want your company to be confident in you. That is absolutely. And this is where results come in, because if I know there's people that I know I can hand something to and it will be done. There are problem solvers that I have that I can hand something to, and whether they know it or not, they'll solve the problem. And these are people I have great confidence in. Some of them aren't the most confident people. You know, one of my best friends, I'm not going to talk about his name. He is not a very confident person. I know that if I handed him any software programming problem, he could figure it out. Whether he knew the answer or not, he could figure it out. Amazingly brilliant guy. Absolutely brilliant. And yeah, I have confidence in him. So this is good. You do want to build confidence with your employer.
The first one of these is you really got to minimize communication.
Your employer and your team. You want your team to have confidence in you. It's not just about your employer. It's not just about your manager, but your team around you should have confidence in you too. Because the more you have confidence in your whole team and the team has confidence in you, the better you guys can work together. If there's that person that nobody has confidence in, it's actually really rough on the team dynamic. It's really not great for the team dynamic. I'm being serious. So yeah.
Communicating problems and doubt about the project. Now, this is pretty counterintuitive. As developers, we're often hired to solve problems, or again, that's what it looks like we're hired to do. And it's only
you are hired to solve problems. This is again 100%. I have never hired somebody to not solve problems. Just so we're clear. You are hired to solve problems. Again, some great talking points and great things. I just don't want people to think that. You're absolutely hired to be a problem solver.
Natural that when you join a software project, or like, I was a consultant the second half of my career, if I went on to a new client project, within a very short period of time, I would start to notice red flags and problems. Or let's say you get into a code base and you realize some serious problems with the software architecture. I would think earlier in my career that I should document all those, that I should share everything I find, and that somehow then management and other developers are going to look at me as more valuable because I'm finding the problems. And this is such a hard lesson I had to learn. It's just about human nature. It's about just the reality of how people are. If you share too many problems that you see with the software project, with someone's code, with, let's say, process or requirements or architecture at one time, it overwhelms people and it makes them look at you sort of as Debbie Downer. You're, just a negative person that's constantly complaining about problems. So hear me here. This is subtle. I'm not telling you to.
This is actually a really, really good point. Really, really good point. I actually want to draw out here something. Too often, there is somebody that comes into a new code base. So let's say this is the code base. And every code base has year-long technical issues that as the project has shifted. And if you come in and you whine about everything that you have no context on, and maybe some of them are things the team would love to change, you look like you're a whiner. And nobody likes working with a whiner who just wants to come in and say that everything is bad and terrible, and if they had been on the team prior to this, everything would be perfect. If you've been on a team and you've done enough projects, you know this is not true. It's just not true. And so this is a really good point that I love that he makes. You don't want to come across this way. This is really bad for your early career. It's really bad for how the morale of the team and the confidence the team has in you, because it shows a little bit of immaturity. So try not to do this. It doesn't mean that you don't try to fix some of these things. No.
To avoid problems that you see and pretend they don't exist. It's actually really important that you are aware of problems. I mean, I think one of the reasons why we tend to over-communicate doubt and problems is because we're worried if we don't let management, or let's say other developers or product management or whoever, know that we found some problem. Well, once stuff hits the fan and the problem turns into a real problem, we're worried that we're going to get blamed. And that's a natural thing to worry about. You should still be aware of the problems that you encounter. But one of the biggest mistakes I made earlier in my career was just thinking that people were going to really value how much I raised doubt. And if you think about, like, as a project manager, if you cast doubt on the way the project's being managed, requirements are being managed, testing is being done, you're kind of calling their baby ugly, so to speak. You're kind of sending a message to the management or the project management. You're not doing a good job. And that could be totally true, that you could be completely.
You have an ugly baby. You have an ugly baby. Again, this is just... You don't want to be that. You don't want to be that. Some babies are ugly. It's okay.
You're right. But you have to be patient and careful with how you actually communicate that. So I would really just suggest, if you see a lot of problems on your project, write them down, take note of them, and maybe pick one at a time.
this goes into life, though. This is, again, if you come into something, let's say you joined a soccer team and you came in and you were just like, I want to change everything, but because everything, you don't know the rest of the team. You're just an individual. This is really just, honestly, this isn't software engineering. This is life advice. If you whine about everything and don't have a solution, then that's a problem. I actually put these things that I wanted to talk about. Your deliverable is results. Let's talk about managing up and being a solutionist. Why it's important not to whine, but okay to bring up issues. And when we say this, I also mean if you bring up an issue, let's talk about something that's not working. Let's also come to the table with some possible solutions, some ideas. Because if all you ever do is talk about what other people should fix, that is also not looking very good for you. People are going to look at you as you just like to play the blame game, and you try to point the finger at as many other people as you can. And you don't want to be somebody that plays the blame game. You want to be a team player. And by being a team player, you take on some of the sucky work. That means even when I'm a director of engineering, I get called on call. I'm a team player. I don't ask people to do something I wouldn't do myself. Okay, let's get back to it. A time and place for complaints. Pouring salt on a wound right after a system outage and during an ongoing issue is a really bad idea and bad impression for you. That's absolutely right. Whistleblowing kind of goes into this point about communicating doubt or issues with a project, but it's up to management to find a solution. Apollo, you could. I can tell you some of my best employees that I like are problem solvers. That means that they don't just whine about a problem, they also at least attempt to have some sort of solution. So if the team isn't gelling well, and I have somebody that just complains about everyone else on the team, or I have somebody that says, hey, I've noticed the team isn't gelling well, and I want to know what I can do to help. That's two different things. That's a person that wants to whine about everyone else, and that's another person that says, hey, I want to do what I can. You know what? What could I do in meetings? What could I do with myself? Because I'm not understanding why Dane is always upset at me. Or I've seen that Dane is upset at me and he doesn't like any of my ideas. And I think it might be because I talk assertively. And so, I'm going to try to do this. And I didn't know if you had any ideas as well. Again, you're coming to the thing as a problem solver. You're coming not to whine about Dane never listening to you. You're asking, what can you do to help the solution? And that's it's a completely different way of coming at it. Instead of coming to your boss and being like, Dane he never likes what I do, and I'm just trying my best. And he's always angry at me. If you come and say, hey, I've been noticing that Dane treats me differently, and I didn't know if you had any ideas, but I wanted to know what I could do. What thing I can be a part of the solution to making this team work better together. I don't know if that makes sense, Apollo. And Dane is absolutely correct in this. And sorry, I was calling out Dane just because I know him well. So I pick on you if I know you well. Dane is absolutely correct. These aren't about software engineering. This is about life. I'm giving you life lessons. This goes with anything that you do in life, whether it's a soccer team, a baseball team, a football team, whether you're talking about your family. These are great ways to achieve things here.
Maybe two, and communicate those to whoever needs to know about it, and just wait until that one issue is dealt with. Then raise some awareness of the next one. That's really going to fight against people, unfortunately, having low confidence in you, because they're kind of going to look at you like, how come everybody else on this project isn't raising all these problems and isn't saying they have all this doubt in the project, but you are? And again, you would think that people would see value in that, but I just had to learn the hard way. They don't. The second thing you can do to really increase management and the company's confidence in you is to repeat the desires of management in the same language that they use. I learned.
This is actually a really good one, and it's really, really hard. This is really hard. This is something I struggle with today. I don't talk to executives like executives talk, and it's a problem. It's a problem on mine. I'm trying to learn it, but when I talk to executives, you have to talk to them in their language, and this goes for management. I'm sure that as I've done more management, that you have to talk to me slightly different. I'm still fairly technical. I can A-star search up there with the best of them. I can even sort a binary search tree. So there you go. But this is actually a really important thing, is because for your upper management to have confidence in you, you need to talk to them in a way they understand. So if you only talk to people in a way they don't understand, they won't have confidence in you. And this is a great takeaway. Honestly, when this is a really big deal. Let's see what he says on it, and then we can talk a little bit more on it.
Learn this technique as a consultant, but let's say you're on a project and in the Scrum meetings, you're always hearing people talk about making sure they satisfy the customer. Well, we got to satisfy the customer. Well, is that satisfying the customer? And you hear that phrase over and over again in Scrum meetings or status meetings or requirements meetings. If you start to use that same terminology, just say, oh yeah, I'm implementing this feature, to satisfy the customer, or well, I'm a little concerned about this one aspect. I don't think we fully understand it. Let's have a meeting to discuss it so that we make sure we satisfy the customer. You're going to build rapport with whoever you're reporting to, whoever needs to build confidence in you, because let's be honest, we're all a little bit narcissistic. Even if we don't have, full-blown NPD or narcissistic personality disorder, we all like to hear what we say repeated. We all like to see other people agree with us. And so if you kind of drop phrases that you're hearing your management use about the things they care about and about the things they're measured by and what's top of mind for them, they're going to kind of subconsciously see you as aligned with what they're looking to do.
If you're in Microsoft and you're watching this, drop the word security. I've been thinking about security. I've been thinking about the security implications on here. It's going to go straight to your paycheck.
And if at the end of the day, what's going to keep you employed and what's going to get you promoted and rewarded and recognized is that everybody has confidence in you, that's an easy thing you can do that'll really help.
So he's correct. I mean, again, like I said, you want people to have confidence in you, but it's not the thing that you produce. Nobody builds confidence with me by producing confidence. Confidence is something that you do want people to have in you. For me, people, how they talk, making sure that they understand what I'm saying is something that happens. And that's like one of those, what is it when it's in the back of your mind? Subconscious. That's kind of one of those subconscious things. If you always feel like the person's not quite understanding you, it's like a subconscious mind thing. If you're talking about the conscious minds thing, the thing that makes confidence in you is results. It is producing value. Those are like the conscious minds things. If I can see that you're a problem solver that produces value and gets results, like those are things that are conscious minds. I can see, I can probably evaluate. Subconscious minds, how you talk to them, it affects them. And I can tell you from my experience talking to executives, I do a very poor job about instilling confidence in them. This is a problem with me that I have to learn it. And it's all about how I communicate with them. 100%.
The third thing you can do that'll really increase management and other people's confidence in you, and that's really ultimately, believe it or not, what they're paying for, is to anonymize blame that you place.
They're not paying for confidence.
People's confidence in you, and that's really ultimately, believe it or not, what they're paying for, is to anonymize blame that you place on dependencies. Wow, what does that mean? Well,
this is a big one. Don't play the blame game. This goes back to what we were talking about, minimizing communicating problems. You're not here to play the blame game. You're here to be a problem solver. You're here to solve a problem and to make problems better, not complain about them.
Let's say you're on a project and you have some task you got to complete, and it's dependent on another developer getting their work done. Or, you need to deploy something into a production environment, and for whatever reason, your company isn't fully doing DevOps and you're not empowered as a developer to do so. And so you have to go through an operations team or some sort of checks and balances, and they don't get their thing done in time. They aren't ready. The easy knee-jerk reaction thing that I've done and many of us do is, let's say we're in a status meeting, we're in Slack, whatever. We just want to kick the tires and to the other person. We just want to, kick the can rather, and just say, oh, well, that was, Jerry's fault. Or, oh,
Kick the tires is like go shop for cars, I believe. I do believe. I'm not really up on slang, but I do believe it is.
well, that's the ops team's, responsibility. And what I learned as a consultant, that's a way better way to do this, is to basically frame the thing that wasn't done, just stating that it wasn't done and what aspect of software development or what department was responsible, and let management and other people come to their own conclusion of whose fault it is. So again, in that case where the production environment wasn't set up, let's say they're asking you, hey, Jamie, I expected that feature to be done, and it wasn't done, or like, we're behind on this. Rather than just saying, well, the ops team didn't get things ready for me in time, you could just say, yeah, well, there seems to be some issues with the operations environment not being in the state that it needs to be where I can actually.
This is really good advice. I really like this.
That feature to be done, and it wasn't done, or like, we're behind on this. Rather than just saying, well, the ops team didn't get things ready for me in time, you could just say, yeah, well, there seems to be some issues with the operations environment not being in the state that it needs to be where I can actually deploy it yet. And then they're going to ask you, well, why? Why are there issues with the production environment? Well, I'm not really responsible for the production environment, so I can't really say it's.
I don't have access to the production environment. My devs don't have access to the production environment, and that's fine. They shouldn't. And so if you don't, you can't do anything with it. This is good.
Just not in the state that I can do it yet. They're going to go, well, as soon as you say that, they're going to think in the back of their mind, well, wait a minute, Jamie's not actually responsible for operations. Who is? Oh, Bob or Jerry or Mary or, whoever the other person is. And they're going to get off your case and go talk to that person. But the reason why I recommend that you do this is, again, if you want to build confidence, one of the things that I think can cause you to lose confidence with your management and other people is if they're worried that you're constantly blame shifting, meaning you're shifting the blame for things that you're responsible for on other people. Now, here's the thing. A lot of times other people are to blame. I'm talking about real situations where you're dependent on another team to deliver something. They don't, and therefore you can't complete your task. But if you want to fight against that part of all of us who, if we hear, reasons from other people that are valid over and over again, we start to think they're excuses, even though they're not. It's just natural. We start to think, man, every time I ask this person something, they've got an excuse, even though it could be perfectly valid. Anonymizing who the dependency is, letting them come to their own conclusion.
So Dutch, I always tell my teammates not to be defensive in meetings. Take responsibility and tell them that you'll fix it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Take responsibility. This goes back to, Dutch, my statement of being a problem solver, not playing the blame game. When you're talking about this, I don't love the blame shifting that happens here. I'm not quite sure. I was listening. I wasn't quite sure exactly what he was meaning on that, because it almost felt like he was still doing it in the end. The thing is, what you need to do is just be very direct. You don't need to point the fingers. So let's say it's on the ops team. Let's say I don't have access to the production environment and it needs to be deployed. And so what you can say, and this is very direct to your management, to me, would be, I don't have the access to it. I don't have a system that tells me if the operation team is ready or if they have a problem with it. I sent an email 2 days ago and I haven't heard back from it. And now this gives me a good place. You're not blaming anyone in particular. You're just saying what you've done and what could be improved. There could be a system in place for the ops team to reject something and say it's not good, because maybe if I go to the ops team, they'll be like, yeah, well, he didn't do what I asked on the PR and the other guy hasn't looked at the PR. Now, if you just straight up blame them, this looks bad on you, because it means that you didn't go and follow up on your pull request or whatever it was that was, and that happens. That happens. And so the blame game can look really bad on you very quickly. I can't tell you how many times I've looked at GitHub blame and it's been me. But so I would be very careful about doing that. Just take responsibility when you screw up. It's fine. And a lot of the times what you can do is just say what you've done. Be like, I got the pull request merged and it's setting in a queue ready to be deployed. You haven't blamed anybody. It's on ops at that point. I know it's on ops at that point. If that's what we have set up, there's no reason to say that that's the ops team's responsibility. Just say what you've done. Say where the ticket's sitting. Leave a comment in your Jira ticket. It's fine. And yeah, the answer is I'm not empowered to do that. And then if I say, why haven't you deployed it? Because I don't realize our process and I don't realize that you're not empowered to do that. You say I'm not empowered to do it. That's absolutely right. So just don't play the blame game at all. The blame game turns around on you. I don't even do it at a high level. It doesn't end up well. Waiting on the other team. You can say waiting on the other team. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Because what happens is the other team has priorities too. And the CEO could have gone to that other team and been like, this is your highest priority. And so they didn't do it. They just didn't do it. There was no problem. They just didn't do it because it wasn't their highest priority. And that's fine. That's as a director, that's my job to figure out. That's my job to go up to our vice president and say, hey, that team needs to do it. It needs to be high priority for them. That's our job, not yours.
Will really keep their confidence in you. The fourth thing you can do that's pretty straightforward to really increase the confidence.
So this is what I watched this video and I had this weird feeling because I felt like the points were on point. And then like some of the things like the confidence it's not quite on point. And so this is why I wanted to review it because again, I really want to appreciate. I honestly do. Please, if you're watching this on YouTube or whatnot, go watch his video and leave a comment there. I feel like this has come from working in a bunch of toxic work environments, but yeah.
Confidence that management and other people have in you is you got to reduce your throughput. Produce less, deliver less, commit to less. Why the hell would I be telling you to do this? I'm not telling you to slack off. I'm not telling you to not care about the project. I'm not telling you to be, doing less work than you think you should be paid for. Please, I hope you know from watching all the other episodes of this show that I'm actually calling you to be even more ethical than a lot of people I think that we run into. But if you know software development, you know how uncertain it is, how many unplanned meetings come up, how stuff gets thrown on your plate that you didn't expect, how you're going to run into problems that you couldn't foresee. You got to delay your commitments. I've talked about this in many other episodes of the show. You got to minimize the things that you're on the hook for and give yourself as much flexibility as possible if you want people to keep confidence in you. Because let's say you have 3 tasks or 4 tasks in a row over a 2-week period. And every one of those tasks that you go to do, you run into a real unforeseen problem that nobody could have predicted. You couldn't have predicted it. Management could have predicted it. So it's not really anybody's fault. They don't really care. As soon as you bring that problem to them, you say, hey, I surfaced this unforeseen complexity. They're just hearing this person doesn't know what they're doing. And I really.
Okay. So I don't like the wording and I'm going to be critical on the word. It's not reduce your throughput. I think that's the part that really makes me cringe, but I get his point here. And I think it's a really solid point. This is where and making these videos is so hard because I'm going to nitpick a single word on this, but you do not want to reduce your throughput. That's probably a pretty bad thing. But I will caveat that with an asterisk if your company thinks that you can do more than you can do. So a CEO, for example, will ask for everything. And this is where managing up. So this is really what I'd like to coin as managing up. Managing up. It's really hard. I want to make some videos on specifically managing up. One of those things is talk in the same language that your manager is talking in. I think it's really important. It does build confidence and it also lets them know that you understand what they want and need. So this managing up though, this is what he's talking about here is if their expectations of what you can get done are unrealistic, you need to push back on that and you need to manage up. You need to talk about what realistic expectations are for your throughput, for what you can do. The other thing is, it sounds like there's a lot of tasks that have a lot of other dependencies on. And so when you start those tasks, and this is why story points are garbage, are absolutely garbage. When you start those tasks, you need to be upfront. They have a bunch of dependencies. You know, my job currently as I do it, I work across a bunch of teams that also have dependencies on teams that are outside my vice presidents, like, so my control. Like, I can't go to my vice president and say, make them do it. I have to get my vice president to talk to another vice president. And if they don't work with us, it can take a very long time to get the things done and move forward. We can talk about why that is and what it has to do. But the whole point is that if you have something like that in place, it can take a very long time. You don't know, because it's when they have time to help you. That's called teamwork. Now, I don't want you to, and this is where, like, I think the statement reduce your throughput is more about manage your throughput. Manage your throughput and manage up. Ensure that your manager, whoever manages you, knows the amount of work that you're doing, knows the roadblocks that you're hitting, knows all of those things, okay? What I will be upset about is if I come to you in 2 weeks and you're like, oh yeah, they still haven't responded to my email. Well, if I told you that the thing is high priority and they haven't responded to your email and you've emailed them twice, I expect you to email me before I bring it up 2 weeks later. That would reduce my confidence in your ability to be a problem solver, to understand the importance of a task or a thing that I've asked you to do and whatnot. So again, this is all about managing your throughput, managing up. It's not about reducing your throughput. I don't like that terminology. And again, I don't want to sit here and critique a single word, but I think that it's an important understanding here. Goes back to your proactive comment. What was your proactive comment? Fail fast. Fail fast in everything. That's what you need to do. This is why I like fail fast languages, like Rust, not Python. Failing fast is so important. Yes, Dane. I'm sorry I missed it. I'm trying to make somewhat of a video, so I don't always watch all of the comments, but I do like to address them because I like to have it as a conversation. These are conversations that we're having. Like I said, this isn't a reaction. This isn't meant to be funny. I am actually trying to help the industry and the roles. And your guys' your input is fantastic. Fail fast, fail better. Absolutely. And this is all about managing up, managing your, I'm telling you as somebody that has managed and manages groups and teams, you need to fail fast and you need to manage up to your manager. You need to let them know these things. This isn't about reducing your throughput. In his example here, you know, he's talking about the other things that you could be waiting on. Let them know. That builds that confidence. Okay, we have a ad. We're just going to run it and wait. It's running. It's running. So anyways, I really like this video because I thought it brought up a ton of really important things. It just felt to me like they missed the reason on each one of these things. Like with throughput, the concept is really good. The statement I struggle with the whole thing that what they pay you for is confidence is absolutely wrong. But the idea of me having confidence in your ability is good. And is absolutely one of those things that like is important to do. And so like I felt this way through the whole thing. And maybe it's just his way of explaining the things. But I really like the concepts brought up. I disagree obviously a little bit, and that's why I wanted to talk about them with you. I can make my own long form video of talking about these points, but I really liked all of the points that he brought up or brings up. I just have a little bit of disagreement of the wording and why. I think I know what you mean, but could you go into more detail about failing fast? Yeah. So we have two things to talk about. Let's talk about punching up versus down. Right, Dutch. The points are correct, but they apply to different situations differently. It was a weird video for me to watch, but let's talk about these two topics. We have this and fail fast. And fail fast. Okay. I'll wait for the ad to finish. It applies to middle management as well as developers. 100%. 100%. Hey, for anybody just joining, we are recording a video. So I am taking breaks to review comments because this is meant to be more of a discussion. But I'm not going to be as involved in chat, especially if it's like funny. I'm going to completely ignore it because. If you bring up a really good point, I will include it in the video though. We're in an ad break right now. We're still in an ad break. We're almost done with an ad break. Oh, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate it. All right, so we have two concepts that are coming out of this that people are talking about. Punch up and fail fast. Let's talk about it. What is punch up versus punch down? Punch down is let me I wasn't thinking about this, but so this basically goes back to the blame game. You're never wanting to blame people that are down or punch down. You're always wanting to punch up towards your management. If there's somebody to get upset with or whatnot, you always want to be doing it to somebody above you, not below you. If it's below you, they have no way to retaliate. And if it's above you, obviously they're above you. They can retaliate very, very well. And so you're not taking advantage of somebody that's below you, basically is the concept here. Now, I would be very careful with this. I say manage up because punching up is a very dangerous game to play because you're punching up to people that you have no real power over. So, but you do it when you have to do it. I have done this. Again, like I said, it's one of those things that you use sparingly. And if you know what, if one of my teams fails, when I talk to the upper management, when I talk to the C-suite about it, it's my failure. So we had an incident a couple months ago. Not one person's name was mentioned in the C-suite report. Only I was there. Wasn't even about a specific team. I could have called out a team if I wanted to. I didn't. It was me. My teams. It was a process failure. That's fine. We moved on. It's better. I don't punch down, though. Punching down would be like, it was this team and specifically this person on that team, not this person. That would be punching down, and that's not needed. Oh, it's the worst. I get to take 0 credit and all the blame. It's amazing because when the team does something well, you call them out. You said this team, maybe this person did something amazing. And you move on. Anyways, now let's talk about fail fast. Why am I talking about fail fast when he's talking about reducing your throughput? Well, the example he gave for reduced throughput was because external dependencies or things came up that stopped you from doing it. So the problem here is he wasn't managing up. Stuff is going to happen. Stuff is always going to. Your dog died. Your child got type 1 diabetes. You crashed your car. These are things outside of work, but will have an effect no matter what they want to think or say. Then inside of work, somebody you were depending on can't do it because they have a higher priority. A system you thought would work doesn't work, and you're going to have to find a new system. The experiment failed. Whatever. Another high priority customer, your largest customer, had something and they demanded you be on a call and you fix their issue. Things happen. And when they happen, when these things happen, you got to let me know. This failed. It failed. My experiment failed. Don't sit there and try to make it work for 2 months and get nothing done. Do it in a way, try to structure the experiment to show you a failure response as fast as possible so you don't have to try for 2 months. Because somebody can't meet with you that you need and you're not going to be able to do it in the next 2 weeks like you promised me, tell me immediately when you know that you're not going to be able to do it. Say, hey, I failed. This isn't happening. I know that you were depending on it, and our next deployment depends on this thing getting done, but I can't get it done. You know what this does? It allows me to go to whoever's dependence boss you have and be like, hey, I really need it. What can my team do for you so that we can prioritize this for them? And that's my job. But I can only do it if you fail fast. You don't need to waste weeks. You can fail and you can pivot and you can move on. So this is where I would say this is a failure in managing up, managing your throughput. It's not reduce your throughput. Don't do that. That's not you being a problem solver. That's not you being a producer. It's about managing your throughput and managing up. It's a way of thinking. Yep.
That is meant to really help you look at what are all the other tech.
Oh, and 100%, this applies to code too. This is why I like Rust. Rust sometimes is harder to compile, but usually has less runtime errors because it fails fast. It fails right at compile time if we can. And then a lot of the times you'll see me do stuff like this. You'll see me do, let's get actually to some code. You'll see me do something like this, where I do like if this, and instead of printing here, I do something like return. And we have all of this here, but I'm saying no. If it's not right here, we're done. There's no reason to continue on. No reason to move forward. This can go with your testing. This can go with a lot of things. Fail fast is a good thing to do.
Job roles. Would I maybe be a better fit for one? Or is it time for me to get into management or leadership or become a consultant or become an entrepreneur? So, I'm going to finish the points here in a second, but I just want to mention, if any of this frustrates you, if any of this
I should become a consultant because I hate consultants.
Listen to and you're pissed off, you don't have to stay stuck doing what you're doing. There may be something out there that's a better fit for you. The fifth thing you can do that'll really increase
I think I would be a terrible consultant. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Confidence in you from management and everybody else is to elevate and recognize and praise your coworkers. I see so few individual contributors do this, people who are really strong, let's say senior engineers, and they wonder, how come I never move ahead? Well, here's the thing you got to think about. When people get promoted or people move into management, they're thinking, do I want to promote somebody who is never going to recognize my accomplishments? Do I want to give somebody more visibility in the company who's going to only be out for themselves and isn't going to care about all the hard work I do? And if they see that in you, that you always just talk about what you got done and what you completed and how much hard work you're doing, subconsciously, again, the management, the project manager, the scrum master, the VP, whoever's possibly responsible for helping move you ahead in your career, they're thinking in the back of their mind, they may not even realize it, that they're threatened a little bit by you. They're like, I don't want to promote someone who I have to worry about competing against. So if you really want to build confidence.
Again, this sounds like toxic workplace. It's not a competition. I don't promote people because they praise other. This is like really weird because, again,
in you from management and everybody else is to elevate and
elevate your coworkers 100%, but not for a promotion, not because I think that if you don't elevate your coworkers, you're a threat to my job. That's ridiculous. Elevate your coworkers because you're a team player, because when you recognize good work your team members have done, you work better with them. 100%. You make them work better with you. You make you work better with them because it gives you good feelings about them because you actually notice good things of the work they've done. But on top of that, they work better with you because they're like, this guy has praised me publicly in a meeting of something that I did. He's such a nice guy, such a nice gal, whatever. It's amazing. You're a team player. And I might promote you because then I'm like, this person actually is seeing what other people's doing and is actually calling out the good things instead of just seeing the negatives. They're actually being a team player. Yeah, I might promote you off of that, but not because I thought I was, you were going to compete with me. Trust me, you can't compete with me. I'm a whole level of crazy you can't compete with. Well, it's a good thing that you can't compete with me. But this is where, like, again, all of these things feel like a really, like he's just worked in really toxic work environments. And if you're in a really toxic work environment, this may be true. I've never actually worked with somebody that wouldn't have hired me because they thought I was competing with them. This applies to your day. You go and you walk in and you're like, wow, Dutch, your eyebrows look amazing today. And he's just going to smile. He's literally going to smile. There's nothing else to do when you walk in and just if you really want to do it, just compliment the left eyebrow. Just pick one. Wow, your left eyebrow looks really amazing today. You have really nice shoes. Where did you get them? Yeah. Honestly, if you didn't get a job because they're scared of you, you dodged a bullet. Again, do elevate your coworkers. It's teamwork. You're part of a team. And this is one of the ways you show it. And we can even tie it back to what he said. You're having confidence. I have confidence that you're a team player. And that's important. So that's good.
The sixth thing you can do that'll really increase confidence in you if you want to be seen as a really valuable member of your team and you're a software developer is to over-communicate status. Now, I know one of the number one things that engineers hate in this industry is daily stand-up meetings or daily scrums or, whatever you want to call them. And some people on Kanban teams do them too. But, the idea of getting into a room where everybody has to say what they're working on, what they're going to work on next time. Remember, the whole purpose of the daily scrum, I talked about this in a video like 3 years ago, was really just to get developers together. So they made sure they talked if they weren't in the same physical area and they were able to just raise issues. It has turned instead into a glorified status meeting. It's just a way to let project management know you're working and you're getting stuff done. That was not the purpose of it. But if you want to build confidence in people, You have to give them the feeling that you are making progress. And I think one of the things that's happened because of daily stand-ups and daily scrum meetings is management often looks at developers as though the only time the developers are willing to really be held accountable or talk about what they're doing is in the daily stand-up meeting. And if you've been in a team that does this, the daily stand-up meetings, the daily scrums, it can be really tough every day to try to think of, oh gosh, how do I communicate what I did this week? But one of the things I think a lot of people don't realize is if you really want to get recognized, if you really want to get rewarded, if you want to move ahead, one of the best things you can do is send out, let's say, a status report, just a simple Google Doc every Friday, let's say, or every Wednesday, whenever it makes sense for you, where you just give whoever you're personally responsible to some sort of highlights of the issue. Maybe, again, not too many problems. I talked about that in point one, but maybe one of the biggest issues that's on the project, if it's still an issue, or talk about major accomplishments that you've completed when they haven't even asked for it. Now, again, I wouldn't say you have to do this with every person that you report to, but if you have a difficult relationship with a manager or a project manager,
I don't know what I feel about this when this over communicate status. I think this partially goes back to managing up, making sure that your manager understands. You don't need to think about your manager's manager. You don't need to think about the CTO in my company because you have me. You have to worry about me because my CTO, if I've done my job right, only knows your name based off of your accomplishments, nothing else. So it's really important to make sure that you're doing this management up. This over communicate status, I don't like stand-ups because of this. I actually think that over communicating status can actually make it not impactful. It's actually why I don't like the daily stand-ups. I like, and this is actually something I hinted at in my Scrum video, is in Scrum, it feels like this constant sprint to the next thing. And what you really want to do is get a chunk of work done and look back and be like, wow, look at this chunk of work we did. That's amazing. That's awesome. We got this new feature out and it was a lot of effort and it was a lot of work and we did it. And that's what you want to see because then you feel accomplished. Your team feels accomplished. You feel accomplished. And so that's what I want our teams to focus on. And that's like the status that matters. What you did yesterday, I don't really care. I don't care. Obviously, I do care a little bit that you're making progress. And I would expect you to tell me. The other thing is like, people are like, you should tell blockers in your stand-up. And I'm like, if you're blocked, you should tell somebody right now. Don't wait for stand-up. If you get blocked half an hour after stand-up, do you just stop? Hopefully not. That's atrocious. So it shouldn't be for blockers. And we don't really need to know what you did yesterday, honestly, unless if you in one day did something amazing and then great, hold a meeting. Tell us about your amazing thing. I don't know. Right, Dutch? This is why when I watched it, I was like, he's so close on all of these. Do you think it's just clickbait? It's just worded a little off. And this is why I want to talk, because I honestly care about you guys. And like, I want to make sure that the people watching my channel understand what management is looking for, because it's a tough time out there right now. And I want to help people get jobs. I want them to succeed in their jobs. And I feel like if you actually follow this, it's going to have you focusing on the wrong things. It's going to have you focusing on the wrong things and get you in trouble. Don't focus on your confidence. Focus on my confidence in you and what you can do to boost my confidence in you, not the confidence that you're selling me. I don't care about the confidence you're selling me.
The seventh thing you can do to really improve the confidence that management and other developers and people have in you is you got to highlight when you found shortcuts to getting stuff done. It's really common when I'm on a project, I'll get assigned a task or start.
Oh, this is good. This is good.
Working on something, and I'll think something was going to take me a lot longer than I thought, and I'll find some really awesome workaround, or I'll find a third-party package that does it and saves me a ton of time. And what I used to do earlier in my career was, in paranoia and fear that I wasn't going to get everything else done, I would just do it and not say anything about it. And actually, that's one of the best opportunities for you to make it really visible that you've basically saved your company or your project a bunch of time. Now, you want to talk about this in a way where it doesn't sound like you're just completely tooting your own horn, where you're raising awareness because you're just trying to get a bunch of recognition or accolades. But like, for example, if you had some issue with a memory leak, and you had estimated that it was going to take you a week to figure out what the real cause is, and you find some article that gives you a tool that you can use, and you're able to find that problem in like a day or a day and a half, rather than just in your next daily stand-up meeting or whenever you're talking to management or in Slack, just saying, yeah, I'm past the memory leak issue. You can say, yeah, I found a workaround that actually saved us. Us is the key word. You want to say us, not just saved me. You saved the team, you saved the company. It saved us 4 days that I thought we were going to have to spend on this, and just leave it at that. But if you raise awareness of times that you found ways to make progress.
I don't know how I feel about this. Like, it's fine. I actually am completely fine with people coming up and saying things that they thought that they did well. That's fine. Because, I don't see everything. I see a lot more than people think I see. But I don't see everything. And so it's great. I like to see some people, talk about some of the things and specifically share knowledge. In this, the bigger thing that I would have taken from this is like, don't toot your horn about it, but share it, because you're like, hey, if we're ever doing this, I found Valgrind, or I found XYZ to help me find memory leaks. I found this tool and I think it's really valuable. Here's the documentation, and I made a little bit of a wiki page on how I solved this in the ticket, or whatnot. That's super valuable team playerness, where you're sharing your knowledge and the information you found on that. That's just being a team player, honestly. It's not about tooting your own horn. It's a little bit of tooting your own horn, and that's fine. I don't really care. It doesn't. Yeah.
Faster. Remember, a lot of management and engineering leadership, they do the best they can, but they're under a lot of pressure. They're feeling a lot of anxiety. They're feeling that they need to rush and get stuff to market as fast as possible. So you can kind of tap into that and build more confidence in yourself if you let people know when you found ways to get stuff done quicker. And the final way that you can really increase the confidence that management and other developers and people have in you on your project is if you document verbal decisions. Now,
this isn't just developers. This is something that I push for no matter what, is to have concrete written decisions. So if there's a request if product comes and says we want this, that's fine. We can have a conversation about it, but I also need it to be documented. I need it to be documented because then we can come back. We can say we had this conversation, we have this document, and we all agree on this document, that it's clear enough that it's whatnot. So if anybody comes back and says, this isn't what I wanted, we can go back to the document and be like, well, this is what we agreed on. This is called covering your butt. You know what? If there is a verbal agreement in a meeting and somebody's not taking notes and you don't get that, what I tell people to do, and if I do this, because, we'll be talking to a dev and I'll be like, oh yeah, that's fine. And what I tell them to do is just email me. Just email and be like, hey, we were in that meeting and we agreed on this. I just want to make sure, I wrote it up and I want to make sure that that's what you thought we agreed on. Cool. I'll email back and be like, sure, that's what it was. Or no, that's not what it was. Don't do that. But then that covers their butt. If I don't remember in 3 months and I'm like, why the crap did we do this? And they're like, well, Merrick, you were really pushy on this. You told me to do it. Remember that email? And I'll be like, oh yeah, crap. I did, didn't I? My bad. This has saved me many a times.
What I mean by this is, and I learned this in consulting, let's say you find a real big problem on the project, or you have a real strong opinion of a direction that the company should go. And you've not been, doing what I recommended against in step 1 or tip 1 of the video today, which is you're not just, spamming people with problems every day. You might have, let's say, a meeting with, an architect and the product owner or something like that, and you bring up this problem, and it's clearly a problem, and you know that it needs to be solved, but you just can't get support for it. I did an episode earlier on the show about a year ago about persuasion. Let's say you've tried some of those things, and you just still can't quite persuade people to go with what you feel is the right way to go. A lot of times when that would happen before I was a consultant, I would just leave the meeting, not do the thing, and then 3 months later, 6 months later, a problem would happen because they didn't follow my advice. And I would mention this to them. I would bring it up to them. Yeah, well, remember that meeting we had? And often they would just go, well, I don't remember a meeting about that. Well, I didn't say that. Or, well, I didn't.
This does happen. It's a toxic work environment. It will happen. There's going to be people that play the blame game. that don't just come together and help solve a problem. And so for some of these, when people tell you not to do what you think is the right, make sure that you understand. But this goes to more than just this example. It's about clear communication and understanding that you know where you're shooting towards. This goes to another reason I don't love Scrum. And I think that I'm falling away from love of Agile is people use Agile to basically continuously rewrite where you're going. You're continuously trying to change where you're going. And so then, like, what is your goal? Where are you going becomes really difficult to understand. Because I've seen this in a lot of projects. It's always changing directions. And this is bad. This is really, really bad. You want to have some North Star, well documented, documented is the word I'm going with that. Very well documented, and you want to be headed towards this. You want to be following this line. Now, this line might go something like this. We might. Can I add another dot? Can I? No. Well, that's it might not go perfectly there. It might look something like this. Like that. But even here, you can check with product management and be like, hey, we're not actually headed towards this with these things. Now, maybe at that point, it's a good time to say, let's document this. Our North Star changed. That's fine. I'm not a big fan of it, but it's fine. Your North Star actually changed. You're not going to be a database anymore. You're going to be something else. And you're going to go down here. That's fine. But if you bring it up to them, they're like, no, our North Star hasn't changed. Well, now you can say, hey, this software is going to be not great because we need to course correct. We're not headed that way. So this is documenting all of these choices goes well beyond just being malicious, because that's what that seems like, where people want to point the blame game. Like I said, toxic work environment. It goes well beyond that. If you're in management, you should want this, because now you can go and argue with product and say, hey, we're not headed towards our North Star. This is what we said our North Star is. So we either need to change what our North Star is and have a better understanding of that, or we need to course correct. And this makes way better software. Way better software every single time when this is clear. What you're shooting for, what your goal is clear. If your agile process looks like this, and you don't really know what the goal of your process is, or your application is, you don't know where you're heading, one, I would say you're doing agile wrong, but two, your software is going to be garbage. And that's not a reflection on you. You might write some of the best code. The problem is it's hard to write cohesive. It's hard to write or speak cohesive English, but also code without having a goal in mind. I'm sorry, Dutch. I think it's not necessarily Scrum's fault. I think you can do it with or Scrum or Agile. But I do think even like this would be a problem I have with Kanban is this happens so many times with Kanban projects where they don't have a North Star and they're solving tickets that get made high priority and they're kind of going forward that way. And the software becomes not this streamlined thing. It's very... Now, I'm not saying you can't do any of these with a strong North Star, but it needs to be documented and it needs to be documented well. And my whole point was it's not just for people playing the blame game. So anyways, I think all of these were really good points and that we could all learn something from that. That's why I went through this. Let me know if you like these critiques like this and if you guys learned something, or if you think that I should just color within the lines and not do these. Thank you for watching. And if you like to join me live and share your own comments and feelings on these types of things, please join the Discord. Please join the live stream, and I will see you guys in the next one. Yeah, Dutch, that's the whole. All right, and I will let's use the null cloud. I have gained further requirements, and we have changed what the null cloud is looking like. The null cloud is going to look more like this. Also, I forgot what Maestro is for. This was for something. Dang it, I forget it. So it's changed. It's changed, but we're now setting a very good North Star that each of these things are going to have a well-documented. At first, we had this idea of what the null cloud could do. And this is still a little ambiguous. We still have an idea of what it should do, and we have a good North Star of what its capabilities should do. And that has driven us to have good capabilities for what these layers should do. We'll have a North Star. Now, that being said, we don't know exactly how we're going to implement everything yet. There's still open questions, but that's okay. I'm not saying you have to have every piece of knowledge in place. You don't have to have how we're going to do it. But this is supposed to be the node management layer. It needs to manage the nodes. If it's not about node management, it shouldn't be in Legion, right? It just shouldn't be in Legion. Now, if it's about orchestration, it shouldn't be in the node management layer. This is solidly Legion. This should be in Maestro. Yeah, that's a terrible name, but I like Maestro. We need to come up with a different acronym for Maestro, because it is a Maestro as in like it's orchestrating. So I like it. We just need to come up with something better through real-time observation. Sorry if that was a little too ranty. It was something I wanted to review, a video I wanted to review. I think that, you know, I never really watch a video and be like, I need to make a video on that. But that's what I felt like there. And I'd like your guys' feedback. Did you like it? I wanted to do it respectfully. Hopefully I did that. I really encourage you to watch some of his stuff. I hope it was a respectful critique. I come at it from, I've been in the industry. I've done these jobs. I have expectations, and I felt like I needed to address that. So yeah, let me know how I did, how I could improve on it, and yeah. All right. That was it for me for today. Thank you all for joining. I had fun. Our Twitch alerts, I'm going to probably deploy them before our next stream. I'm probably going to deploy them before our next stream. They're looking pretty good. They're looking pretty good. They're not going to be perfect, but pretty good. Pretty good. So, we'll see how they work in real life, how they work here. You know what? I think my monitor is, oh, look at that. Look at that. Come this way. There we go. Check that out. Now I don't disappear. Yeah. Anyways, I just reset up everything. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. I'm gonna get going.